Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you, all of you. Thank you so much for being here. It's Saturday, June the 20th, 2026. Welcome to another edition of Have Your Say 247. The people of Ekiti are electing a new governor or re-electing the old one. And the process started this morning. And as expected, everything that could go wrong went wrong. Take a look.
Kí ló kọ yín? Ọkọ mi kọ sí. Ṣé ti dìbò àbí? Okay. A gbọ́ pé wọ́n fún àwọn kan lówó, àwọn pátì ò náà fún lówó. APC. Èló náà fún wọn? 10,000. Ó lẹ́yìn dìgbò fún. Ẹ̀gbọ́n, ṣé APC lẹ́yìn náà? Èló náà fún yín? 10,000. Ẹ dìbò fún yín ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀lé. Ẹ mọ̀ bọ́ APC yẹn ló sọ pé 10 bill. Báwo lè ti máa ń gbà? Ṣé ẹ̀ ń yàrá ti fún ìtẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀gbà náà báwo? Wọ́n lọ́dọ̀ ní tó lọ́gbà rẹ̀. Wọ́n ní lọ́dọ̀ ní tó lọ́gbà ọ̀dọ̀ agent. Ó ga rẹ̀. Bí wọ́n ṣe rí adúgbò owó òun, ṣé pé ní jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ilé ìyá rẹ̀ nàbí báwo? Àbẹ́tí gbó ti ẹ̀fà náà ń bẹ̀ náà. Ẹ̀fà náà ń bẹ̀. Ẹ̀fà náà ń ti wá. Àwọn yòókù nǹkan, pàtí yòókù nǹkan. Àmọ́ APC gbogbo yín dìbò fún yí. Gbogbo àwọn èèyàn yín tó dìbò 10,000 náà fún wọn. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ṣẹ́dẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Owó pọ̀ o. Wọ́n fún yàn ní àzìn ẹgbẹ́ káàdì fún yàn. Ṣé báyìí owó yẹn pọ̀ tí ètò pé ìyá rẹ̀ wà ń bí ni ìyá gómìnà wà ń bí ni. Rárá náà dé ìlú náà. Èló ṣé APC nìkan ní fìyàn láàbí ADC náà? Ṣé APC nìkan ní fìyàn lónìí àti ADC?
Iṣẹ́ àmọ́ ẹgbẹ́ tó sáà pẹ́pẹ́ fẹ́ bí ṣe lèmi ti gbowó. Iye tó ń fún yẹn náà ni.
Èló ni mọ́mí? Ẹ wá.
Wọ́n ń pè yẹn ni.
A mọ̀ pé APC lẹ́sìn ìlú lè ní fún.
Iye tó ń fún yẹn náà ni náà.
Wọ́n ní 10,000 náà fún ìgbà. Àwọn yòókù sọ pé 10,000 náà fún ẹnìkan.
Wọ́n máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Wọ́n máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àti pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe rí. Ẹni bó lè ní ṣùgbọ́n sáà gbàdé kan.
Tẹ́ bá ti di tán ẹ lọ́rọ̀ ó débi tán ti ń lọ tẹ́ bá ẹ lọ dì ná.
Níbo ni màá lọ?
Ẹ lọ dì tẹ́ bá sì dì máa mú ibi tí wọ́n ti ń kọ́kọ́.
Báwa kò kàn wá fún 10,000. Ṣé pàtì agent ni ìlú lọ báyìí? Pàtì agent lọ báyìí.
All right, so this is what's going on. Political parties were buying votes. APC, they were spending 10,000 naira per vote. AD, they were spending 2,000 naira. Materials for the election came in late in several polling units, which is not something new. There were allegations of printed ballot papers that were brought to the polling units. We have videos of some of these atrocities happening in Ekiti. Let me show you some more videos.
So ti wo platform ọlá. Hello sir.
That was APC operatives throwing out bread to voters to vote for them. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. There were underage voters. There were people receiving voters' cards so that they could go and vote. This is just Ekiti State for governorship election, and all these things happened. Now imagine what will happen with the presidential election. Imagine what will happen when we get to the presidential election. All right. There was also election in Enugu North, by-election. At the same place, APC talks were suppressing votes, ordering supporters of other parties to leave polling units. That's the result. Nothing has changed. And if this small election in these small states could go this way, when the eyes of the media and the world is focused on them, imagine what will happen when we have election across the country. All right. The World Cup is still going on. There are games being played. United States, Canada, and Mexico. Yesterday, Brazil trashed Haiti 3-0. United States have qualified to go to the next stage, which is the playoffs or the knockout stage of the competition. I think they defeated Australia. So that's what's going on here at the World Cup in America. This week, we also had the Knicks. We gave them a parade in New York City. Let me show you our mayor speaking at that event.
Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era. I'm talking about guys like Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for threes from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season. It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle, and also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember.
All right, that's New York here. We honored the Knicks for what they were able to achieve by winning the NBA championship the first time in 53 years. Back to Africa. In South Africa, the situation is still bad for immigrants. They're still going door to door, kicking out African immigrants. And we know that other Africans are beginning to take action. One of the things that was reported was that musicians from South Africa who had shows scheduled in other parts of Africa, they have to cancel because the shows were canceled by these African countries. So things are changing, things are happening, and we're going to discuss those things on the show. Let me show you, I think an African, I'm not sure if it's a Nigerian, who was confronted and told to close his store in South Africa just this week.
What I was trying to say, some of you are from here in Petroleum. You know when the Chinese was running this shop. It was when the Chinese was running this shop, the Chinese have one worker or two workers. But since I started running this shop, I created an opportunity for about 20-something South Africans who are working here in country. You understand? I created the opportunity for about 30-something to 20-something South Africans who are working here recently. Am I lying? Am I lying what I'm saying? Am I lying? Am I lying? No, I have permits.
Guys, let's keep it short.
Yes.
We don't want any foreigner to run any business here, including you. So today you're closing. We've been telling you. Today we're closing. Closing.
Okay, I have about 24 South Africans working inside here. What about them?
No. The matter of fact, who are running the place? South African must run the place, not you. Not you.
But I have the document. I have the right document.
We don't care. Okay, guys.
To run the saloon.
I'm not running a saloon. I'm not running a saloon. I'm giving the South Africans the saloon. I'm running a trade shop. The saloon is being run by South Africans, not me. Listen. I'm running the trade shop. At the back of the shop, I created a saloon for the South Africans. Did I do anything wrong?
You must call your boss. Let's put your boss.
So they've stated that you need to leave the country by the 30th of June. What's your take on that? When are you leaving?
I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have all the necessary documents it takes to. I have run my business, pay tax for 18 years now. So I have the legal documents. I'm looking for the director for the government. If the government insists that I should close my shop and go, it's coming from the government direction. I will close and go.
So you are ignoring this organization?
I'm not ignoring the organization, but at the end of the day, the organization stated that they are chasing illegal immigrants. I'm not illegal. I've run a business. I've had this company for more than 13 years, paying tax, paying taxes, employing workers, training workers by myself. How am I doing something illegal at that perspective?
Yeah.
Is that illegal?
Not at all.
So that's what I have my confidence. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
What I'm telling them, I'm ready to go close. Even today. What I'm begging you guys is, get me a South African who is capable to manage this shop. I have 30-something workers here, South Africans, who, if you close this shop, they will be displaced. I want to make sure that while I'm going, they're in good hands. You give me money for my socks and everything, I will leave the shop for you. I'm even tired of all this harassment there and there. Everyone is tired. So I'm not arguing to go. My own problem is that I have trained workers over the years, for more than 13 years. It's a hard work to train good workers. They are here, a number of them. If I close and go, what about their fate? I told them several times, can you manage the shop? They said, no, the rent is expensive. Okay, calm down for me. I'm not going. I'm not leaving you guys behind. As long as I get somebody who is capable to manage this shop as South African, I will go. I'm ready to go.
In short,
you understand, boss? So what I'm saying is that you as a president can assignment, get me somebody who is capable to manage the shop.
Let me explain something to you.
All right, bro.
Okay. What we say, we don't want any foreigner to run any business. So if you close now, it's none of your business whether this shop is opening or not. It's none of your business.
What about those South Africans who are working here?
Who have the right? It's not your consent. It's not when you see no. It's not his consent. Who is he? Who is he? It's not your consent, brother. So you are a criminal here. You are not allowed to run any shop in South Africa. You are a criminal. Yeah. So we want all these people to leave here and close. Now, we've been telling you.
All right, that's from South Africa. Meanwhile, in Chicago here this week, the Obama Center finally opened what is often known as the Presidential Library. Obama built one for his legacy. It opened in Chicago, and let me show you part of the speech he made.
40 years ago, on a late summer afternoon in 1985, I arrived here in Chicago, entering the city through the very spot where this center now stands. I can still picture myself heading down what was then Cornell Drive in a janky used car that I'd bought in New York, with all my worldly possessions stuffed in the trunk and the back seat, so I really couldn't see out of the rear view mirror, and I was a safety hazard. And I was 23 years old. I'd just been hired by a group of churches on the South Side to help organize a part of the city that had been battered by steel plant closings and chronic neglect. and I didn't have much organizing experience. Didn't know anybody in Chicago. But I had been inspired by the civil rights movement, and I knew I wanted to make a difference. And although I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to do that, I was possessed with this abiding faith that if we could give people more of a say in the forces that govern their lives, if we could bridge some of the differences that drove us apart, then we could build an America where everyone counts and everyone has a fair shot and everyone belongs. Even a mixed-race kid with a weird backstory and a name nobody could pronounce. And it was here, in this city, a city of broad shoulders, that I found what I was looking for. Day by day, block by block, I got to know the people who lived here, their hopes, their dreams, their tragedies and their triumphs. I witnessed their resilience in the face of hardship and the quiet heroism of a single mom raising her kids and sending them to college on a secretary's salary, or the priest electing to stay in the city and open his doors to at-risk youth, even as most of his flock had fled to the suburbs. I learned that leadership has less to do with titles or rank or chasing attention than with helping others find their voice, reaching their potential, and sitting around people's kitchen tables or on their back porches, spending time in church basements, in barbershops. I was reminded that everyone has a story to tell if you just care to listen. Sacred stories, full of courage and humor and grace, and that each of those stories in some way connected to my own. In other words, I found my purpose here, and I fortified my faith here, and I found my community here, friendships that would last a lifetime. And I found a girl from the South Side who has been my greatest blessing. Michelle and I, our wedding reception was over at South Shore Cultural Center. You could walk from here. Our daughters were born right down the street. This is where we bought our first home. This is where our kids took their first steps. This is where I launched my candidacy for the Illinois State Senate over at the Ramada Inn on Lakeshore Drive, serving pretzels and soda, embarking on the path that ultimately and improbably led to this day.
All right, that was Obama, a brief part of the speech he made on that day. And Nigeria's musician, Thames, also performed. She was one of the musicians who performed on the opening ceremony. Something interesting, Dora Kunyele, her daughter, painted Obama and Michelle. The painting is one of the works that you can see at the center. Let me show you a video of Akunyele's daughter, Angelica.
I feel the energy shift.
Hi!
How are you? So nice to see you. Just before we get any commentary in, we just got to soak it in.
It's us. And
It is
all
so pretty.
of the stories
Look
within
at
the story.
Your house was behind there.
Euclid. Oh my God, you got everything in there.
My only real question is, how come you didn't dye my hair in the photo?
It's
Don't they usually touch it up a little bit?
I thought about it.
What was your sort of sequence?
So I did the drawing first of the two
Right.
of you. We read all your books. We listened to all the interviews you all have done, podcasts and videos. My whole studio got to know you. I wanted to make these decisions that tapped into those memories. So when you saw this, it felt familiar.
It is beautiful. Was there anything that surprised you?
It was good. It was so challenging because it made me push myself. It took me out of my comfort zone.
Well, it looks fantastic.
Oh,
In
so
fact,
like,
I'm going to have a suit made with this pen.
You know how long I've been wanting this woman to do something with and for me.
It was an honor.
I mean,
It was an honor.
we did it.
All right. Finally, let me point out that
I bring you greetings.
the governors of most of the states in the Southeast came out to endorse Bola Tinubu as the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that they will vote for him. Everybody in the Southeast will vote for him. They had an event, and this is Soludo speaking for most of them.
From the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA. And I am here on a solidarity march. Solidarity march with my own brother, my friend, my brother, the Right Honorable Governor, who by the grace of God is Governor of Ebonyi till 2031. I am also here in solidarity with you because today you are endorsing the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria for a second term, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. I've come in solidarity because progressives are working together. Progressives are working together. It is time for progressives to unite. We are going to have our own day. APGA will soon be meeting and will make its own statement. And I believe thereafter, progressives all over Nigeria will be coming together under one umbrella to make sure that Bola Ahmed Tinubu continues the great job, the foundational structure that he is laying down for Nigeria. So I join you in solidarity on that, and to also say to Mundibo, enough of the politics of lamentations. We must now move from the alliance for protests to alliance for progress, alliance partnership for prosperity for Ndibo. Ofeka amara mgbe eke nkụkwa. Kama efi anyị ga-agbafela ọsọ anyị egbubeli ọdụ. We must now unite as Ndibo, and we must not waste our votes again. We must not waste our votes again. Kana ụgbọ na-agaga, ụgbọ ndị ọma, ụgbọ na-agaga, ụgbọ ndị ọma, ụgbọ Tinubu, ụgbọ ndị ọma, ụgbọ na-agaga. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
All right, that was Soludo speaking for governors of the Southeast. So the politics is kicking in and is changing as we speak. One last thing, P2B granted interview to Rufai Oseni, and he said some interesting things. Let's listen a little bit.
There were allegations that came out recently that Kenneth Okonkwo made you take him to court for 5 billion as regards monies exchanging hands in your political party.
The issue of taking Kenneth Okonkwo to court wouldn't have been there if only Kenneth stopped at even allegation. But he said he has a lot that he will talk in the future.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that when I said, I'm taking it to court, he said, now that he's being taken to court, that he will now be able to disclose or bring in the open all those things he wanted to keep behind. I think Rufai, as a leader, this is time to scrutinize, avail ourselves for scrutiny by the public, so people can hear all the bad things about us. Because it is important that our future leaders must be who they say they are, in terms of character, in terms of integrity, in terms of competence, in terms of qualification, in terms of everything. So once he said that, I said, wait a minute, we must go further. So they can help. Because some of the things we're seeing today that the young ones are doing are examples they've learned from our leaders. So this is time to ensure that those who are coming to lead us now must be people of character. Everything. No, don't.
Because he threatened that it's not a good thing.
Not just Kenneth.
All right, that was P2B.
So you want Kenneth to go and expose you? That's why you're taking
everything. No, don't.
Because he threatened that it's not a good thing.
Not just Kenneth. Yeah. Everybody should not say those things they know that is bad about me or I did that is wrong, because it's good for the system. It's good for the society. So if you know that when we were in primary school, this man was cheating or didn't go to the primary school, didn't go to secondary school, didn't do, if you know this man had done something criminal somewhere, this is time to bring it up. We must not allow the next set of our leaders to have a record that is doubtful.
Okay.
All right. That's interesting. Just imagine what could happen in the next few weeks if people who knew things start coming out and start talking about what they know about some of the people who are running for office in Nigeria. But the most important thing for people to know is that election fever is on in Nigeria, and we're already seeing problems, just like the way they were in the past. And I want to show you, before the security thing started happening today, people have been going to polling INEC offices to pick up their voters card, and they've been having difficulties just getting their voters card. Let me show you a video.
An INEC center. My chairman here, one of our Raphael members, called my attention to it. See 5 girls, so after they will say the youth are not serious. They came, they would have been plenty with the years.
We plenty, people just left here just now. I even have a video also because it's so annoying.
You send it for me. Now they'll say we don't want to get our PVC. See,
the center that only 2 centers in Calabar. Sadly, this center is for Calabar municipality. The entire Calabar municipality is here, and the entire Calabar South is by the center at Etagbo. And I've been here since morning. Nobody's here. Now the INEC chairman has given a deadline. And how do you give a deadline?
July 11th. You're giving a deadline, but your set may not be like say, they will think.
Everywhere is locked. It's locked. Not even security person to even address us.
See, the whole Calabar municipality
here. Calabar South is the one by
and it's down intentionally. But this place is completely down. It just be like an abandoned. But INEC, they collect billions of naira. And you tell me this place now where we they collect PVC. Billions. So come show them. Come and see the rooms. See, what do you see here? You see any? Nothing there here. Nothing. No laptops. Nothing is. If your PVC there here, PVC don't lost. Because tell me how somebody will not have access.
I just feel INEC have already closed PVC collection before that date. That date is just formality.
Yes.
INEC has closed.
It's wrong.
PVC collection and registration.
Like this is supposed to be a well sophisticated sent when we say the entire go dey see system, no single machine dey here.
Even the Tabo, they want the Calabar.
Only one. The lady wake up one day say
for
she's
full
having
local
spinal cord
government
issue.
For full local government, only one machine that was working.
We're calling on the attention of every well-meaning Nigerian youth, parents, and all.
Yes.
There will be a sensitization awareness campaign.
Yes.
Hopefully, we'll pass the date. You see it in our flyers. It will be coming out.
Youths are coming out to get voters card, but people are not yet to give the voters card.
Thank you.
Tomorrow now they will say,
we don't want to get our PVC.
But when they mark this one, this will be the highest vote that will happen in the history of Nigeria. More than relax.
Yes. INEC give us PVC. Open.
They're supposed to do it 24 hours.
24 hours because there is a
deadline.
deadline. This fine girl, no get. You see your face. How will you now go home? And she wastes transport. Imagine wasting your transport to this place and you be coming.
3 places.
Can you imagine that?
Highway, Etagbo.
Highway through their headquarters on the highway.
They say we should come back on Monday. That's how they've been turning.
They'll be turning them every day
until the deadline.
They say no network. How does INEC office headquarters in Calabar?
Don't have network.
If you don't want to give us PVC, let us know, please.
So we're leaving. If you're in Nigeria, share this video. Let it go to them. Let them know that we are aware of their plots, their plan.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to be
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long
I
to
didn't call
admonish
you to
them.
make comment.
Huh?
Answer, please.
What did you
I'm not
say?
asking for comment. I didn't.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
So when he gets your time, then you make a
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me
You can
respond
speak
to
for
him.
anybody,
One
but
second
do not
there.
defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And it's another Saturday. I know that people are busy. There are so many things going on. In the World Cup is very important to so many of our people. In New York here, we have US Open for golf is going on, and a lot of people are on the island participating in that. Of course, we know that in Nigeria, there's election in Ekiti and in Enugu, a by-election in Enugu, and people are interested in all those things. But we're going to start the show the way we normally do and have conversations around those topics. If you are able to join us, if you're in the studio, if you're around, if you're in the studio, turn on your camera. If you are watching at home, we appreciate you. You can like and share the stream now, and that will be helpful. If you can support us, we will appreciate that. So some of the stories in the news today is Diezani Alison-Madueke. You guys remember her, former Minister of Petroleum under Jonathan, was acquitted by a court in London for all the charges. So she came out and said for 11 years, the trial had been going on for 11 years. She said she was vindicated by the court. Some people in Nigeria are saying that that's not the end of the case. It shouldn't be the end of the case. Deziani, but it was a surprise to so many people who thought that there were so many evidence presented by the EFCC. Nigeria's EFCC was also in court presenting evidence to support the fact that she collected bribe. But those things that didn't matter. The courts acquitted her, and we don't know what next she will do, whether she will come back to Nigeria to participate in in the process, electoral process. And meanwhile, we mentioned at the beginning of the show that in South Africa, a lot of Nigerians are stranded because the federal government initial attempt to remove them from South Africa, something happened and it's stalled. So there are some Nigerians in South Africa who are stranded and they are looking for a way to get out. They can't go back home because it's not safe for them wherever they lived in South Africa. And the Nigerian government is not able to take them out of the country. So we will be watching that story and getting your comment on that. We said that there's election in Ekiti as we speak. The votes are coming in from polling units, and it didn't look good. The INEC didn't do a good job. Again, it's not a new thing, but it's something that is very important to point out that Nigeria is not yet learning after so many years of trying this democracy and this election process. BVN didn't work in many cases. I don't know what we're going to do. Really, it's an embarrassment that after so many years we're at that same point where we were. All right, this is your show. This is a show that we set up for you to share your views and tell us what you think about issues in the news. So I'll bring you in and we'll begin the conversation. All right, Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
How is the Gambia?
The temperature is very high.
Real temperature is high?
Very high.
What is it?
It's above 30 degrees.
Oh, I don't know what that means anymore.
Oh, sorry, centigrade. That's in Fahrenheit. That should be about 80-something. 80-something to
50. No, it should be more than that. It should be more than that.
No, 28 degrees centigrade is 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, now you're talking. Okay.
Yeah, 28 degrees centigrade is equal to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. All right.
But it's really high.
Okay, that's good. But politically,
well, go ahead.
No, I wanted to say politically the country is stable.
It's more than stable. Okay. Election is coming up this year, but you don't hear any noise at all from any quarter. Okay. I traveled extensively today. There was no sign of any noise or even billboards or nothing. It's as if nothing is happening.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's more than interesting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. James. Let me say...
you forgot to mention South Africa. Some South Africans were deported from Ireland for being illegal immigrants.
Oh, I didn't know that. From Ireland?
Yes, 42 of them.
Wow.
They were deported to Johannesburg from Ireland for being illegal immigrants. And I think less than 5 of them had criminal records.
Mm.
Check your WhatsApp. I sent it to you.
Oh, okay. I will check it. Thank you so much. I didn't know. Thank you. Okay. Jagun, welcome to the show.
Good day. How are we all?
Good. How are you?
Very well. Very well indeed. Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you, Rudolph.
Yeah. So, is your prime minister still in trouble, Jagun?
He is, I'm afraid. It's a very strange thing that's going on. I don't necessarily follow it too much. I don't know the difference necessarily between him and the rest of the Labour Party. They're all much of the muchness, really. I'm afraid politics in the West, the whole of the West, is in a big dilemma. They have no way forward, I'm afraid, in the West. Most of the politicians, as I've said before, aren't necessarily worth their salt, and they are bereft of ideas in going forward. The only idea that allows them to go forward is the third world, is Africa, is the global South, where they would continue their oppression, and we, in our stupefying manner, would accept their oppression. So having a new prime minister from the same party largely won't mean much, to be honest.
Do you want Kemi to take over?
She is the worst of them. No, without laughter, I really mean it. I don't know the type of personality she is. She may have achieved much by being in her position, and I would applaud any black person who reaches that level. However, she reaches that level on all of the wrong ideas, on the wrong side of history. She will be, I can't see her being voted as prime minister. However, skillfully, she's doing the job of being a coconut, a white person in black skin. And that may be a cheap thing to say, and I don't want to say that kind of thing, but anytime I listen to her, and I view her a lot. And for all that she has in her, she could have been a great leader. But unfortunately, again, she leads from the perspective of white supremacy. White is right. Everything else is wrong. And without her being that kind of person, I'm afraid she would never have got to that position. So Kemi Badenoch, she's the worst of the worst. In fact, I'll put her as the worst politician in the whole globe. She's not somebody who represents herself, her people, the country of the UK necessarily. She doesn't represent us very well at all.
Do you think, Jagan, do you think that the Reform Party may win this election whenever they call for an election? And how would that impact Africans in the UK?
It would impact us very, very poorly. It would impact the nation in itself poorly. And again, between her and between Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch, I'm afraid Nigel Farage would win. And this would set the UK in a completely idiotic direction. Because the direction, what you've seen in the UK so far is Northern Ireland going up in smoke because of the badly constructed notion of immigration. My understanding of immigration, especially in Europe, is that I do not understand how a country like England, who in the last couple of centuries has run the world, and they expect nothing to come back to them. It really doesn't make sense. So these issues aren't being spoken about well enough. I'm not so political, but if I was, there's a program in the UK called Question Time, and it's a political show for an hour where they speak about things that are going on in the UK and globally. And if I was to be on that show, on the panel, I know I'll be speaking a completely different rhythm than most panelists that go on that show.
Mm. Thank you, Jagun. I was reading somewhere this week. I saw that the GDP of the UK will have grown by 6 to 8%, but it didn't happen. Let me reframe it. That what they lost for leaving EU was 6 to 8% of GDP, which is something interesting. All right, let's see. KJ, welcome to the show. KJ, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Technology, they crucify that guy.
KJ, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. I don't know what Jagu is saying, but good to be here. Thank you for hosting Dr. Damages.
Nice to have you.
Yeah, Mr. James and Polo for real. Thank you also for coming. Okay, do you want me to make a comment?
Yeah. Just tell me, how are you watching? What's going on? around you?
Okay, in the US, one of my very cherished leader left office today. Yesterday was a final day. That's the director of the NS, Tosi Gabe, handed over her last and left us the bombshell of the files of what happened during the COVID-19. You can go watch the video. And then, of course, the US took a delivery of their new aeroplane, the Air Force One, which we are all excited about after 33 years of service. The other one is retiring. And that's what you call a nation. 33 years, even though they have all the money, they could have bought everything, but they used one plane for 33 years. And now that plane is retiring. I think that is very good stewardship of the people's money. And people can see what you are doing with the money. Having said that, yeah, in the Nigerian scene, many more people, the heroic action of the people of the Abia State people and some part of I forgot the second state, where the kidnappers kidnapped and they surrounded their forest and got the people back. No ransom paid. Everybody was rescued alive. I think that's what the youths of Nigeria should now gear up for, because that is the time we have come to. And so no more, relying on government, because government is not going to come. And then on the issue of my dear sister, whom I've always maintained, though she may have, by the way, Rudolph, do you know that gift in Nigerian office is not known as bribe? So if you're in the office and I come and give you a gift, as long as it starts gift, it cannot be, you cannot be accused of taking bribe. I just discovered that yesterday, So for all those who came, if they gave her, millions of dollars and they call it bribe, they call it gift, probably in Nigerian content, you're not taking bribe, it's gift. Having said that, I am happy that she's been acquitted. I am happy that the court in England, when I say England, emphasize the word England, which I think is still very thorough. I think they try to go between, not necessarily trying to play behind the gallery, upheld, because she's not the first Nigerian leader to be tried in England. Others were tried and they're still in prison. People like Ukweremadu and people like former James Ibori. So for her to have come out clean on 6 counts means that there was nothing really to hold her to. I saw today that a senior advocate, Obani, is saying that she still have a case to answer in Nigeria. That's always the problem. The kokoro that is the vegetable is always in the kokoro. I don't know why Obani have not been able to hold accountable those who are with him in Nigeria. He has not called them to order. He has not called the EFCC after them. It is Diezani Alison-Madueke that you are concerned about. After 11 years of grilling her and her lawyers, this is the result we get. And I'm glad about that. I am glad. I say that with my full chest. You understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Why are you glad?
Why am I glad? Because just like she said, one of the things I realized in Nigeria is that they try to make somebody else the scapegoat, even though other people may have committed that crime. Majority of them who played alongside with her, who were urging her, who were directing what to do. You see, Jago, let me shock you how the Nigerian corrupt system is. You are a minister. It is your subordinates that come and tell you, "Oga, don't worry, approve it. We know how to cover it." I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, Jago. It's not necessarily you making the move, and I'm talking from place of high, experience. They tell you to go ahead. We know how to. Oga, we have been here, now we're here. Nothing they happen, and then you go ahead foolishly, and then you find out that at the end of the day, it is you who answer for it. So I don't take too much time. I think that is what I have followed, apart from the football that has become not what we used to know. It has become a no man's land. It doesn't matter whether you think the team is small or big. Cape Verde surprised the whole world by creating a new history, beating Spain, who have happened
They didn't
to be.
win. They didn't beat Spain. Be accurate.
What they do?
They drew.
Okay, so they drew. Imagine a country that's less than how many million people, and drawing with a 6-time world champion. I think that's a feat. And whether Jago likes or not, the World Cup is a history that has upset football history. And
Spain has won the World Cup once.
Who?
Spain.
Is it
once? Your knowledge on this is not very good, but please continue.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's a bit.
Don't look at me. I have no idea.
Okay. It's okay. I will check, but I know. Okay, maybe I'm confusing Spain with another country. All right. So, but that's where it is, and I take correction if that's what it is. Jagun, I'm not there. I'm not a. I only watch national match. I don't watch all the other nonsense goes on. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. And you mentioned Alison-Madueke. I know at the beginning I wanted to play a video of her reacting to the judgment. Unfortunately, I don't have it still. I had it a few moments ago, but I don't have it now. But I will get back to that. I will get back to that and play that video. Pulo, for real, welcome. It's been a while. I've not seen you. How are you? Pulo, for real. Can you hear me? Yeah. How are you doing? Unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm back.
Yeah, you're back. What's going on in your part of the world? I'm not sure. You are still in Meduguri?
What is dominating the northern political sphere is the famous singer Rarara.
Okay, just to put in context,
hold on, KJ. Hold on. Polo, go ahead. Polo, go ahead.
Yes. What is dominating the political landscape in the north generally is Rarara, a famous singer, very influential in the north.
Yeah.
Accusing Davido of
All right, Pulo, you are.
Am I audible?
We lost you. You said accusing Davido of what?
Yes, accusing Davido of embarrassing Nigeria at the world stage because Davido wore a garment that shows the name of the kidnapped kids. It's like, why is Davido exposing Nigerian secret? So the backlash from the north is enormous. Like, if you celebrate celebrities from the north who are actually suffering more from the kidnapping cases, you cannot come out and condemn these things. You have direct access to the president, by the way. You cannot come out directly and go against this thing, campaign against it. Davido have the balls to do that, to say the government should step up and rescue those kids and rescue everybody and provide security. You that have it, you are trying to say Davido, he's even threatening to sue Davido for doing that, writing the name of the kids at the world stage, the Nigerian government to do something about it. He thought, anyway, he has been defending APC since the inception of Warrior up till date. It's not unusual, but the backlash is very, very, very huge. Like it exposes the northerners. You have celebrities, you have singers, you have actors, you have everything, but you are not using your platform and your audience to tell the government what it is supposed to do. In the South, it is not like that. If 1,000 people will be kidnapped in the North, it's just another day. If 10 people will be kidnapped in the South, they will come out and protest and their celebrities will speak against it. So why is he not coming out to speak against it? In fact, his mother was once kidnapped It took about a week for him to be able to settle the ransom and get back his mom. And now Davido is trying to call the government attention to end all this. He is saying Davido is exposing Nigerian secrets, like the people that actually did it are the victim of kidnapping, because the people who are kidnapped, so they went and kidnapped those kids so that government will intervene and pay the ransom to.
All right, we lost you again, Fulo, for real. I want you to maybe rejoin, and we will want to hear your perspective on this story and many more. I want to hear from someone from Maiduguri. You know, we have Maska covers Kaduna, Kano for us most of the time, but I always feel that Maiduguri is somehow different from the other part of the northwest. So pull up for real. You can join again. Just log off and come back in, and we will hear you to continue your thoughts. Maska, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I actually was watching from the back, but when my brother KJ made the football statements, I had to rush in. But thank God, Jagun had clarified things. But I just wanted to let KJ also know that Nigeria beat Spain in World Cup. So Spain is not a...
You guys are getting me wrong. Now, hold on. Spain has won the World Cup once. The female team have won it once. So if you're talking about World Cup, Spain has won it twice. If you're talking about cup organized by FIFA, Spain has 2 World Cups with them. That's 1. 2. You are comparing Spain. Hold on. You see, I used to follow. Nami decided to retire from football. Let me say, I know Sabi the history. Nigeria cannot be compared with Cape Verde. Come on, what are we talking about here? If you follow football, how do you even talk about Cape Verde vis-a-vis Nigeria? So let's not leave it there. I know that I'm no longer very current in the football business, but I'm not a novice. I know these things. I followed it. The time I thought following Nigerian football was when Super Eagles, the day you expect them to perform, that's the day they will flop. And so I didn't want to have high blood pressure. I said to retire quietly. Nobody say I don't follow football, though. I play and I follow.
All right, thank you, KJ. Maska, finish up your thought.
No, I rest my case, Mr. Rudolph, on the football matter. When maybe we take another, KJ is my friend. I cannot be the one to wrestle him to the ground.
Why now? No, now we can talk now, Maska. You know me, I have a friend.
No, I have some. No, I can't see. It's all right, but I'm sure you get the point. All I'm saying is that your point is solid. Football generally is beginning to be a bit more egalitarian at a certain level, but I can put it to you that come semi-finals, I can list the countries that will be there in the semi-final.
Are you saying Haiti will not be there?
Haiti will not be there. I'm saying that your point is right, KG. Yes, it's a bit more egalitarian now, but we are still making progress. But the issue me and Jagun are having with you is your choice of the country, Spain. If you are taking any other comparison, we would have probably kept quiet. But it's all right. Like I said, there's no need for us.
The thing is, it's not that KJ is wrong, but you see, there's a difference in levels in the league of football. When you're going from your local or your country's league, there's a difference between first and second division, as we understand it. Premiership is at the height. When you go to the European levels, the technicality of those teams that qualify and that get to the finals, their technique of football is completely different. World Cup, however, you see, if your country is not versed in playground football, that your footballing criteria, the culture of football in that country, if it doesn't come from the playground and people playing football as a child, there's a great difference, because by the time you get to World Cup, it actually returns to the level of playground football, where you are cultured in football, you understand what football is, and you play to win. as a away from play to draw. That is the level of football at the moment, at the World Cup stage. If you can play, it's 11 against 11, and if you can play, you have a chance of winning. Full stop.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get back to Pulo and get him to finish his thoughts. Pulo, you were talking about the video, what he wore to perform at the World Cup, I believe, opening, and the reaction from the musician from the North who was. So go ahead, continue with your thoughts.
Yeah, this really is a very, very sad story from the North. An iconic guy. Here is a guy who could not write his name properly, but he is blessed with thinking ability. He is gifted, so he can swear opinions. He can campaign for people and get votes. He gets close to the president. He even learned Yoruba and sang in Yoruba language to impress the president. But he cannot stand for his people while they are getting killed every now and then in the north. Somebody from the south have to do that. And when that person did it, he is like, why would you go and why will you wash your dirty laundry? I mean, what? Davido, he is even threatening that he will sue Davido. Why will he go and expose Nigerian secret abroad? Like, this guy is trying to do what you are not able to do, what all your famous or celebrities are not able to do. Whenever something bad happens in the north, it's just another day. You guys cannot come up and speak with one voice. The entire Kannywood industry, the Hausa film industry, the Hausa music industry, none of its famous people came out and condemn what is happening in the north. So it happens in this house. As I was giving an example, if 1,000 people be kidnapped in the north, just another day, the celebrities are quiet. But if 10 people will be kidnapped, especially children in the south, the celebrities, they come out and say, no, this has to stop, Mr. President. And somebody says it. He is not trying to say, Mr. President, concentrate on the South and save the people, the Southerners only. He is saying, save Nigeria, prioritize the life and security and safety of Nigerians first, which is your duty. And telling it to the world is like, since the president cannot pay attention, let me get the attention of the world. Maybe they can put pressure on the president to take the necessary action. And this is a bold move. You have balls to do that. You don't have it, and you're trying to make an entire, almost 10-minute video ranting about why Davido could go there and do that. I mean, and try to say you can sue him. What a pathetic state we are here in the north. I don't know, except political opposition. Nobody is coming to say the kidnapping and this and that is happening, and it should stop. And once we give these opposition politicians a chance to get into the office, they will go there and keep quiet again. It's just like Pantami, his video cycling when he was given a minister. He was like, "Oh, I forbid. I would rather die than to see a day when Nigerians will be killed in mass, and I will not be able to come out and condemn it." That was when Jonathan was the president. Buhari came into power and gave him a minister. People were dying, including his state and the president's state. But he could not open his mouth and criticize them. He once said, if you want to make heaven, don't join politics, because it's not for the people that are trying to get to heaven. Now he's contesting for governorship under PDP. He once prayed and cursed PDP. Entire sermon, Friday sermon, cursing PDP alone. Now he is the PDP flag bearer. So I don't know how this religion stuff plays out in Nigerian politics, and why is it that somebody that could not write his name, the Rarara that I'm talking about, because he is famous in singing and he can meet the president, Somebody that is well educated and is reasoning very well came out and did the right thing, then you're trying to condemn him. He's not trying only to save his people, he's trying to save the entire nation. Get rid of this insecurity. It doesn't matter who is committing it. It's Fulani, it's Hausa, is whoever, Kanuri, whoever is doing it. Tackle it.
All
But you have access to the president, you're just dumb. And this is pathetic. And you can see the pattern all the way down. Nobody that is famous from either Hausa film industry or Hausa music industry from the north that is coming out and doing the same thing that the Southerners are doing, using their platform to say the right thing and challenge the government without fear. I hope the North will wake up one day and start reasoning with their senses and not being just selfish to just get money and keep quiet while others are dying. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Polo. Let me just point out that Reno Mokri also challenged Davido for that, and he wrote a piece on his social media where he criticized him, almost saying the same thing, that you don't go out in public and do this, and So, but the good thing is that from what I'm hearing from you, the reaction of regular people, because that's what matters. Maybe some people you were expecting to speak up in the north might be afraid how people will react. But when they see that people don't support the kind of politics that Dauda, I think the guy you're talking about is Dauda, that's his first name.
Yes, Dauda Rarara.
Yeah, the kind of politics he plays, that people don't support it, then maybe more people will want to get into that activism. Okay, but thank you so much. We'll come back to you on another.
Yeah, I only know 2 people. There is one soldier boy. He participated in. He's more exposed to the ways, and he's very intelligent too. He opposed it as well. He's the one that he's the only one that I know that speaks out without fear. But he's not in Nigeria now. He's in the US. I don't know. But nobody is even chasing him. But he's saying the truth. There's certain people are even calling him an apostate because he posted a video where he says prayers alone cannot save the country. There are countries that are considered atheistic, communists. They don't believe in God. They believe in work. Work first and then pray second. Start with the work and then pray. People started calling him an apostate. Why will he say prayer will not save? So if you want to make money, you cannot just sit and pray for it and it will come. You have to go out and work and get the money. So why would you be in an appalling situation? Your people are dying and then all you can do is pray, pray, pray. And all your imams, what they do in the sermon is just, oh, this is a trial from God. Just pray for it to go away. How will it go away? He's very pragmatic. You have to take initiative to stop this thing. But people are calling him an apostate. And you have to, he didn't retract. He is still adamant that what he said is true and he stands by that. And I like, as you said, maybe they are opening our eyes. Maybe more people will start coming out and speaking against it, since the backlash from Rarara's video, Dauda Kahuta Rarara's video, is enormous. Maybe people will start coming out and expressing the dissatisfaction from what the government is doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just point out that the video responded to Reno Mokri. I think he's posted Umu Bingo. That was his one-line response to Reno Mokri. Maybe KJ will interpret what that means. But let me go to Mazapara first. Mazapara, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, doctor.
How are you?
Good evening, my friends. Long time no see.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you saw Wike last week or this week, sorry, in Abuja, dashing the judges their new duplexes. Did you see that?
Yes. We have that video and the reaction to that. That was a match. It was shown in March. Was it commissioned in March?
No, I think this happened this week, I think so.
This week? Okay, hold on, let me see. Are you talking about this one? Let me see.
And that's why I have told people, those who say they don't see, may God never allow them to see.
I think
those who intentionally, when God has given you eyes to see what is happening, to see development coming to satellite town, and you say you are not seeing, may you never see again. For those of us who have seen that development has trickled down to the satellite town, that the people are getting the impact of government, God will continue to allow us to see. And I do know this community, one good turn deserves another. Not be so. If you do for me, if you fall for me, if you push me, if you hate me,
All right. Mazapara, was that the video?
No, because this happened. It happened last 3 days.
Yeah.
When he handed over
judges' quarters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. When he handed over the buildings
quarters,
to judges. Okay. So what were you saying about that? You were saying what was the issue?
I mean, because I don't know how it functions in America, but over here, judges are civil servants. They are paid salaries. If they want to have have their private houses, or they will go for mortgage. They will approach mortgage banks and get loans from those mortgage banks. So I don't know why should a minister should build such mansions, duplexes.
Okay, Mazi, hold on, Mazapara, hold on. Make sure that
So these are the houses. They are people judges. Wow, you can see they are glorious. And I think they also have some for the Federal High Court judges. Well, people are saying that it's a way of shutting down the judges, but I think that's the responsibility of the executive. They build out this for lawmakers. So what is wrong with building for the other arms of government? I don't see it so. And recently we have seen cases also being won even by the opposition. The same appeal court just yesterday overruled Justice Speaker. So, and INEC that people have also complained about is also making a case for the parties that were asked to be registered. So I do not think, but whatever it is, the bottom line is let the judiciary be strengthened in providing this type of houses to help them to get their job done well. They should do it because we must save this democracy and we must save Nigeria. So far, I can tell you that Tinubu has done well in the FCT. Of yes, you may not like it, but you cannot hate what he has done in the FCT.
All right. So the video we played, I think I understand that it was from yesterday's commissioning, and those were the buildings. All right. So you're talking about conflict of interest. You're talking about something that doesn't. I agree with you. I understand what you're saying, Mazapara. But in Nigeria, it's a different structure. You have lawmakers. They have. I don't know if they have houses now or they used to have. You have government officials being given houses. In most parts of the world, it's not that way. But the question is, how does that influence the role of the judges when?
Exactly, Doctor. You know that there's I think an English adage that says, "Who plays the piper?" Dictate the tune. I don't think so. As a human being, you give me this kind of or dash me this kind of magnificent, this kind of mansions, and then you bring case against your opponent in my court, and I will look at your face, and I wouldn't kind of give you some favors. I think nobody, your conscience will judge you badly. I believe that is not appropriate in democracy. That whether to the lawmakers or to the judges, or I think is improper. Here where I live, I have a friend who was one time, house of rape in Berlin. He couldn't afford Berlin, a flat in Berlin. He was doing his attachment with somebody. In fact, when our group visited him in Berlin, he didn't take us to his house. He took us to a place like McDonald's because he told us that he's sharing an apartment with a friend. That's federal house of rape, And this guy, he only served for one term and he lost the election. He came back here. He's living the next house to me here in 2-bedroom flats here. In fact, what he does now is he's a driver for the party, SPD. He's a driver for the SPD. What he does is like, if there's an election now, he will drive their buses and put their postcards placards everywhere. That's what he does now. He lost his election. Finally, let me come here now. The president of Germany in 2012, Christian Wolff, resigned. In fact, he was the governor of Niedersachsen, that is Hanover. So, because he was a good politician, he lost the election and then he became the president of Germany, though ceremonial, because Germany president is a ceremonial something. This guy, do you know why he resigned in February 2012? Because his house, the mortgage on his house, he got a lower mortgage interest because of his influence, and the bank manager was his friend. He went there and got a very lower interest than ordinary Germans could get. So when the reporters, when they investigated him, they saw that his mortgage loan was lower than average Germans. That is why he resigned. Google it. His name is Christian Wolff in 2012. So this is where transparency works. I have lived here for a very long time. I have not seen German judges dining and whining with politicians. It's taboo. That means this is conflict of interest. You cannot mix up with these people. So the problem is that people are looking at, like you see that woman was praising him, but unfortunately, that's a proceed of corruption, the way I say it. It's never done anywhere in civilization, in all these civic places we like to live. It's not proper. Finally, did you know that Wike came there with a Rolls Royce? Rolls Royce. Doctor, can a minister in America drive or ride Rolls Royce or Maybach?
Mazi, we can explain to you that his father was a general manager of several companies.
Okay.
And he was driving a Mercedes when he was in high school.
Okay.
Why are you not believing Wike?
It's all right. You are right. You have reminded me, whom his father was. It's fine. But this is and finally, our sister, Deziani Alison-Madueke. I'm happy for her because this is the campaign against her was just mere political propaganda, because that's how APC destroyed Jonathan and his government. That is how they started. He looted. In fact, they even seized a diamond bra from her, diamond pant from her. All this were just to tarnish the woman's image. Today, the woman is free. The same court that jailed Ibori freed her. But if you come to Nigeria, they will say, no. That is a corruption. Maybe she bribed the judge and this and that. This is Nigeria. When it goes, other way, they will be happy. When it goes other way, they will be unhappy. That this woman was destroyed because of she's Ijo. Two, she married to an Igbo woman, Igbo man. Secondly or thirdly, she was the first petroleum minister in Nigeria, a woman. That's why they destroyed her. Okay, for example, my question is this woman, was it the first petroleum minister? Because since I was...
Mazi, we'll get to this topic. We'll discuss it in general.
Okay.
We're just saying hello now. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So thank you. I appreciate everybody who weighed in and giving me an idea of what they've been looking at. We are going to also, we have this situation where ADC was a court, the registered ADC. It would have been a serious situation in the country, and appeals court, I think, reversed that. I'm not really sure, but they reversed that. So that was something also that was very important that happened. But let me tell you, Maz, before we continue, Uputa, the old judges we had, after we got independence, they wouldn't do these things. They wouldn't hang out with politicians. So it wasn't as if we didn't have that foundation. But just like everything in most countries in Africa, gradually we started going down the path of that led us to where we are now. So. But we touch on all those things. But let's start the show properly and pick a topic, and we will use that topic to be our beginning topic for the day. Thank you, everyone. All right, Ekiti decides. Today, the people in Ekiti State went to the polls to elect a governor. And let's watch some of the things that happened.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes. Will you meet you, sir?
Okay, I'm Celestine Okudili-Odo. I'm the co-convener of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room and head of programs and policy, Action in Nigeria.
Okay, so the 2026 gubernatorial elections of Ekiti have been held across the 16 local government areas. And of course, the Situation Room in collaboration with other international organizations and civil society.
Maybe you'll be louder as well.
Sorry, okay. I said the Ekiti elections have been held across the 16 local governments. And of course, the Situation Room has been on the field. Now, could you give us thus far what you saw from the process?
Okay, so Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, we deployed with our partners to 16 local governments, Claim Foundation, Action Aid, Impact, and others. So we deployed across many of the communities within the local government. And to say that with regards to the deployment of material, which is the starting point on election day, so most of the places we observed, the material arrived on time. Is to say that around 7:30 on average, there were material, including the rural communities. But there were a shortage of material in some places, leading to intervention of the polling agents trying to support, but this was just pocket areas. But in the commencement, the vote also commenced on time, on average, let's say 9 a.m. But in some places, they were ready even before the 8 a.m. So they had to wait till 8:30 to commence the accreditation process. So it's to say that the opening of poll, there wasn't much hitches. So with regards to access to the polling units, there were a little challenge in some places due to the location of the polling units. So in some places it's hilly, in some places there's staircase, and even people find difficult accessing such, especially the PWDs. So, and there's some also there's a particular case of the PWD who moved from 4 places, without a wheelchair, was struggling, crawling to 4 places, it was still unable. So that was quite sympathetic. So I think it's also to factor these PWDs why planning this in terms of assets, in terms of facilities to enable them also cast their votes. Okay, to say also that in terms of positioning within the polling units, the polling booths in some places were deliberately positioned that the party agents, can view what the voters are doing. So in some of those places, we had to call the attention of the INEC officials and the security agents, to be able to intervene and reposition, such polling booths. So, but that was pronounced, especially, when you leave the metropolis towards the rural community.
Okay. In some communities, we got full reports of vote buying. So we just want to confirm if you also got that particular information while you were carrying on.
Okay, so in terms of vote buying, there's a paradigm shift in vote buying. To put it.
There were reports of vote buying during the election. I will show you somebody who was reporting that.
Okay. A gbọ́ pé wọ́n fún àwọn kan lówó, àwọn pátì náà fún lówó. APC ló náà fún wọn. 10,000. Ó lẹ́yìn dìgbò fún. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sọ APC lẹ́yìn náà. Èló náà fún yín. 10,000. Ẹ dìjọ fún yàrá wọn tẹ̀lé. Ẹ mọ̀ bọ́ APC yẹn ló sọ pé 10 bill. Báwo lè jẹun gbà sí ẹ̀ ń yàrá tí fún ìtẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀gbà rẹ̀ báwo? Wọ́n lọ́dọ̀ ní tó ọ̀gbà rẹ̀. Wọ́n lọ́dọ̀ ní tó.
All right, so those ones are reporting that APC, they were sharing 10,000, while ADC, they were sharing 2,000. So what's going on here is they're sharing a voter's card that people can use to go and vote. There were also intimidation of people who are not with the political party that is in power. So these are common things in Nigeria. There were underage people who voted in many places. Nothing changed. In fact, I think we went back to what it used to be. And this is just Ekiti State. The election was not across the country, so people were watching, the media were watching. There was a concentration of police, military, whatever, security agencies, yet it didn't pass basic tests of a credible election. All right, let me hear you guys. Let me start from you, Maska. So the question is, if for me, when I see something like this, I find it difficult to now say that this person won. This person is the governor-elect of this state, because obviously it didn't pass the basic test of a credible election. What do you think?
Well, my position would remains the same. My fundamental position is that there's a total institutional collapse within the country, and I believe, like I keep saying, the current political class does not mean well. Actually, they don't even know what they're doing right now. So for us to look up to them is a waste of time. And also, we cannot look up to the general masses. The situation is very dire. And at least the little I know of psychology, you get yourself into a circumstance where you are no longer thinking right. All you're thinking about is survival. I saw something today that really made me feel very, very bad. There are these people, you see a lot of people now are just struggling in the country. They look for any way to survive. So you see a lot of people roasting corn by the roadside. And it rained heavily today in Abuja. What really tore my heart apart is I saw almost like 20 rows of people, the stance of these people doing the corn. The rain, I'm sure, was so sudden that you see the corn, they've roasted it, it's there, rain is falling on it, they've gone to look for shelter. And for me, it's very clear that these people, the corn will be wet. Who will stop and buy a wet corn? The rain will be long. Most likely, I'm sure the rain stopped probably around 6 or 7. So these people that have struggled to even find what they will just be living from hand to mouth, they will be wiped out. This is the reality of our people. Do I expect that kind of person to say, oh, you should take your fate in your hand, go on the street? Or what do I expect from people like that? I don't think we should be looking up to them. So it's people like me and you, Mr. Rudolph, and people like KJ, Mazi. We are the ones that would have to think through how we solve this problem. And the way to do it, I believe, is incremental. Incremental, not really that we have to do everything simultaneously or sequentially, no. But there are a lot that we can do. For instance, I've been canvassing. So yes, there's vote buying, there's everything, but you can't solve all the problems at the same time. At least if I buy your vote and you vote for me, let it be counted for me, because that is the starting point. So when we finish that issue of if this is the number of people that vote for this person, let's see the clarity of the votes. We can then move to the next stage of saying, okay, let's wipe out vote buying. But right now, like you rightly pointed out, everything is upside down. So we need to, the second part, we need to be educating our people, which is difficult. And that's why I like what Pulo was saying. Because we need to understand some of the basic facts of life. Like just because somebody is getting money and he can sing a song, and we all, because we like the rhythm of the song, and abandon logic and reality of how this song is going to culminate into hardship for us. We need to also start a counter narrative to start educating the people. And I will still say it's people like me and you. But yes, I don't see an Uhuru anytime soon. And like I said, it's only people, us, when we start taking life seriously, that things will change. But as it is, the political class, I really believe they are confused. I really believe they are confused. They're so confused now that they don't know even their left from their right. I mean, the things that they are doing ultimately is just going to collapse the whole country. And if they know what they are doing, I don't think it will make a lot of sense to. I would expect that at least there will be some sort of, I don't know the word to use, but it's a total collapse now. You know, they are just, it's like, you know, when you just, like you throw caution to the wind, everything is just upside down. It is going to come back and hurt all of us, including them. But when this is like, the insecurity is there. Look at what we are doing in terms of the political scene. Everything is upside down. It's just not, it's not a good story. But I'm very clear that if we look at the political class or the masses, there is no solution from these two places. We would have to, those of us that I believe God had made us who we are so that we can at least provide salvation. I raise my case. Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you so much. Pulo, go ahead.
Oh, right. I don't know what happened in Ikiti, but I will tell you a similar story that happened here in Adamawa State when they were conducting the primary elections, which is supposed to be which is supposed to be done by the party members, right? Not agents again. So I am a witness. I have a friend. He's more than a friend, but he's a very accomplished guy in the political sphere. So what he told me was, when they were conducting the primaries, when he went there as a returning officer to collect the electoral materials, he was not given any. He was just given the list of the people that are going to be at each polling unit, and he was given an instruction that Tinubu, by all means, should win by large margin, nothing less than 80%. No electoral material was sent to any polling unit. And whatever is going to happen in those polling units, doesn't matter. What he does, he sat inside his car with those forms, and he did all the math, and he figured out the way to give everybody that is on the ballot the number of votes that they will have, and then created everything in his car. He didn't even go. Doesn't even care what happens in those polling units. That's the primary, the primary election for the president. And then last week, local government chairmanship election was held. So the governor is in APC now. I think what the agreement was, okay, allow my candidate in CDP to win the chairmanship, and after swearing it, they will all come to APC again and join me. So that is what they did. On election day, wherever they know, if they took a polling electoral material to that polling unit, the PDP will not win. Nothing was sent there. By 10 a.m., election were over. And that is when we are expecting the accreditation to be completed before the voting starts. But by that time, it's done. Imagine a complete ward with more than 11 polling units having only 2 functional polling units where people can go and vote. And those places were fully controlled, and all the voters have to vote for PDP. That is what happened, and nobody said anything about it. They were declared winners, they were sworn in, and life goes on. I think this is Nigeria. I don't know how we're going to start changing this narrative. Who is going to pick it up and start saying, hey, this is wrong? Why would you do that? Everybody is just like, hey, that is how it goes. If you dare say anything about it, you will find yourself in trouble. So keep your mouth shut. Or if they think like you are very useful and you cannot be discarded just like that, they will find a way of incorporating you into their cult to join, get your own money, be rich, be famous, on top of the blood and sweat of other people with no empathy and no sympathy. This is what we're doing here, and this is what is happening. This is not a fairy tale, this is a reality. I live here and I see it. And I think probably this is what is happening across the country. This is just a sample. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to reemphasize for those watching or those who may not think about it. So it's this saying that when the premise of an argument is wrong, that the conclusion is also wrong. This is just the premise. If you can get the process of electing people, the right people, or whoever in place, what it means is that you are in trouble in trying to now make those people to change the system you don't like, because they don't owe you anything. And I don't know how people don't see that. After the election, when they are sworn in, we complain that they're not doing the right thing. Tinubu is not solving security problem. This governor is not doing anything. Well, how will they do anything? When the process that brought them in, you had nothing to do with that. So that's the thing that we need to make our people understand. I understand the hardship Master talked about and the difficulty in selling people not to collect money when they are looking for a way to survive. But for those who are thinking about that country and how to solve the problem, we have to get this fundamental first in order. All right, let me hear from you, Mr. James. We're talking about the election in Ekiti, what we've seen, and what it means for us in the next time.
I frankly have nothing to say. Remember, there is an agreement between you and me. If the 2027 election is free and fair, put me before a firing squad. It's an agreement between you and me. I concede my time to either Jago or KJ. I have nothing to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, James. Let me just say that you already won. There's no need to wait for 2027, because this what is happening now is part of that 2027. All these processes. If we're still dealing with BVN, we are still dealing with materials getting there late, and this is just one state. We are still dealing with. I'm hearing now there are inconsistency in what was announced and what was written on the forms that they sent to INEC, everything went back to where it was.
Since the days of Simon Mbakwe during Shagari's time, this man has been crying physically for us to see. He said it is better for the British to come back again and colonize us than for us to continue with the system. So I have nothing to say. Let them do whatever they want. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
This is my time to either Jagun or
Okay. Okay, Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've said it on this platform many times, and it seems to me that very few people, if any, understand at all what I'm saying. For the words and the pronouncement that you just made, Rudolph, it's an oxymoron. It's an oxymoron because people like yourself somehow believe in the democratic procedures that we have in Nigeria. And I say that not because you think one way or the other, but because you speak a lot on the Nigerian issue of politics. The Nigerian issue of politics is non-existent. The politics on a global level has broken down to a clear appreciation of two sides that the world is going through at the moment. One is the continuation of white supremacy, fundamentally. The other is the Eastern world, Russia, China, and such, who think very differently to the kind of politics that we are doing in the West. Where Nigeria is concerned, I have said categorically, there should be no election 2027. None. It's a waste of time and energy. It's a full lack of appreciation of what we have been going through since 1999 and really, frankly, before. Now, I say that the people, if they really want power, they should take it back. And part of taking it back is not to, nobody should go and vote for anything or anybody. I know the stupefaction of Nigerian politics says that if 10,000 people come out to vote and APC win again, that's sufficient to go ahead. It's not really sufficient, is it? Because it says that the sycophants have gotten their way. There should be a campaign going on from now, right this minute now, that says nobody's going to vote on the 27th for the same old, for the parasites that are eating our very flesh in this thing. I mean, just look at what you just showed us. What you showed us is a disgrace, apathy at the greatest level, where you can pay someone 2,000 naira and earn their vote because of desperation, because they're hungry. I mean, what are we doing in that country? What are we doing? You see, when I look at news, all news that comes out of Nigeria, I try my best to look at good news, things that are somehow moving the country forward. And these are coming from individuals, artists, business people, culturally minded people. When I look at the rest of Nigeria, it's just a state of grab and run. It's just a state of complete materialism. It's not a state of nationhood, heartfelt representations, understanding of the depth of pain, suffering that's in the country. There isn't these kinds of things. And I don't like this, our panel sometimes, because we're taking this politics seriously. How can you take it seriously? How? I would like someone to, the next man will come on and start explaining APC, PDP, what this one did, what the other one did. And it's just rubbish. It's pathetic. What are you talking about? Because to me, it's all rubbish. All of it. There's no sense coming out of Nigeria in terms of the politics it's making. The politics Nigeria should be making is one of African appreciation. It's one that says that we have been colonized, but that does not stop us from rising. The politics of the fact that we have so much raw materials in our country and we also have the intelligence to bring those raw materials to fully galvanize our economy into being an economic power in this world. That should be our politics. But none of that rises. None of it. And nobody complains about that. People now talking about Tinubu like he's done something wonderful. Or Peter Obi like he can change anything. There's nothing that Peter Obi is going to change. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. The whole swathe of the Nigerian backwardness, he would have to join in with the rubbish. He would have to. There is no way that he will come in and change anything.
Okay, Jagan. So hold on. Let me challenge you a little bit. So if there's no need to go for an election, what can we do? What can happen?
What? Yes, I've explained this as well. Yeah. I understand your question, and it goes like this. Because I've been thinking about it, but I almost do not want to. Myself and Masca have spoken about this issue, and we've looked at who can join us in raising the game, and very little people really care about changing things in Nigeria. On this platform, they will talk all they want to talk, but nobody would raise a pen or their consciousness to really saying, okay, let's do this. What I would like to say is, in taking back power, it's a campaign. And that campaign says where we are going to begin. And we are going to begin by nobody going to vote. Then we would raise a what would I call it? An institution. No, that's the wrong. An administration of like-minded people who would present over a 3-year period how we are going to run this country called Nigeria. And we will do it. You see, it will be very easy to prove within 3 years that the people can actually run this country. What I mean by that is, firstly, all those individuals, and when I say 3 years, is that by that 3 years, within that 3 years, we would now be able to raise a democratic procedure that would work for the Nigerian circumstance. Now, in that time, people like Dangote, people like Dele Farotimi, and so many other individuals who have wisdom would come together and propagate a correct constitution, and how it is that we are going to run this new economy, how it is that we are going to run this new politics, how it is that we are never going to allow criminals to be ruling over us. And it will be blatantly stated, whereby those who are criminal and criminal-minded as politicians would be afraid of coming back to the stage, because if they come back to the stage, death would be looking for them. Death. Because you see, there's no time. What we don't understand on this platform, I'm afraid, is that there isn't any time for mucking around. And Nigeria is in a constant frame of complete messing around. Nobody's serious. Who's serious on this platform? Who's serious in the government? Who's serious? Wike. I mean, just listening to him is pathetic. How can we have somebody like that there? How can we have Tinubu there? How can we have that other idiot, Papio, whatever his blasted name is? How can we have these people there? These people are nothing. To me, they're nothing. I allow you to continue. That's my level of understanding. There should be no 2020. What for? If you can tell me what are we going to oppose for next year, let me see how I can agree with you. Because I doubt if I...
No, I agree with what you're saying in terms of the hopelessness. But even to stop the election, you know what's against that election? There are trillions of naira already stockpiled for this election. What we're seeing in Ekiti is a small thing, 10,000 for one vote. Okay, so there's money there ready to be deployed. The INEC, they got their money, they are ready to do their thing. How do you stop the election?
Now, money, the whole money issue of Nigeria is another thing that why I depict 3 years. because money needs to be taken out of politics. It needs to be taken out. You can't because you're richer than me have all the say. Why? That's rubbish American politics. I don't know why we're so innate. We're stupid. I can't help it but to curse. We're stupid people. We propagate stupidity as though it's natural. The position of Nigerian politics right now is such going backwards. We don't even know how to turn it. We don't know how to look forward. That's where we are.
Jagan, thank you. Let's get other people involved. Pulo, I'll come back to you. Hold on, okay? Let me just get few people. I know you are joining from Nigeria, and you may not be as powerful as Maska. Maska can join, and his internet will be okay.
I think I have to step in now.
No, Maska, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
I know, but you see, the problem is that they say play. Now in butterfly, they take enter bush. Or you've never had that one.
You mean I was actually going to come to you to say that you have been planning with no, KJ, I'm coming. There are other people I'm coming. I just want to as it too. But so Jagun and Maska, they've been plotting something, So I wanted to give you the chance to maybe you can explain to us maybe there's something that Jagun left out in the plot. I really want to know how to stop the election because people like Tony Nadi, they've been campaigning that this election should not happen. There are people who actually believe that this is taking us nowhere.
Okay, my only contribution there, but before I make my contribution to Jagun's statement, I need to clear this air. My internet is working now. It's not because of money. This is the problem with the Nigerian thinking. KJ here and a lot of other people can attest that there was a time where my network was very poor. What I've done is to go back and look at the whole process, because this thing is important for me to be in touch with like minds week in, week out. So I had to go sit down and do a lot of investigation, and I've cracked it. My network is okay now. Okay.
Can you share what you did so that people who might want to do that may be able to do that? Can you share? No, because that's
okay. All right. So the first thing that I did was I checked the machine I'm using, the laptop, and I noticed that there's what is called, for every laptop there's a radio component, like a receiver, so to speak. I have some small technology. I'm a bit technology savvy also, so I did some diagnostics. I noticed that okay, the laptop is a bit of a problem. At that point, I didn't have enough money, so I saved. I changed my laptop. It's not even long that I removed the old one. It was still here. That's one. Two, the network I was using then was called, I think, Legend. But I noticed that the service, sometimes it comes, it goes. So that I changed also. I moved to what is called IPNX. And actually, it was even much cheaper than the Legend. But most importantly, what I did also, I moved the location of where I normally join the call from to a place which is almost just like outside my house. So these three things in the end have solved all my problem. I just, the cost of the internet remains the same. There's nothing changed, but it's just I think the diagnostic part of it that is really the most important. So that's that. But the key thing is, look, I'm broke. I have only 43,000 naira in my account today. So people should know. Yes, I've been lucky in my life. I've worked with good companies and I've been exposed, I'm experienced. But because I wanted to be on the straight and narrow road, I'm not the typical Nigerian big man. I've been driving the car I've been driving it now for 18 years, you can imagine. But I'm also savvy enough to know that, okay, this is how you maintain a car if you want to drive it for a long time. So if you think it's a very expensive car, yes, but it's a car I've been driving for the past 18 years. I just want to make that record to be very clear, So because as it is now, people are beginning to say Maska, like I know, but that's that. On what Jagun said, what I would say is that, I also maintain the fact that Nigeria's problem is not just a Nigerian problem. Therefore, any solution, any plan Jagun, I'm sure inadvertently, in annoyance, in anger, mentioned something like that. The truth is that if we are going to succeed, our planning cannot be public. Because I've said it on this platform at some point about Newton's law of motion. The
Action and reaction are equal and opposite.
I think it's the second one that says so, like if you push, there will be a pushback.
Yeah, that's
it. The balance is that if you fight corruption, corruption will fight you back. So it's always better for you to be very circumspect, even in the kind of people you discuss with. But I'm saying that the last thing we would want to do is to come publicly and say, oh, this is the plan. All I would say is that we at this caliber must work together, put our differences aside, work together and decide, okay, what is the right solution? We haven't even agreed on the, I'm sure me and Jagun, we disagree on certain things. But at least if we're all together, we would finally agree on what would be the right thing to do. Let me just say that that's where I would want to stop. But the point Jagun is making is that we all need to be a bit more serious. It's not about complaining and raking about the country. When you say, okay, come, let's have a meeting, nobody will come. This is what he's saying. If you say, okay, this is your response, for 2 weeks, nobody would fulfill some part of the obligation. But we are okay to come and sit and criticize the government. When we as individuals, we cannot even meet ordinary basic tasks assigned to us as a group. That is the point he is making.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maska. Okay, let me give KJ. Where is KJ? Okay. I'm hearing noise from somewhere. Polo, hold on. Okay, I'll come to you. Let me at least get 2 people in who are here to say something before. Ovie, go ahead.
Where are we going?
Oh, you don't know where you're going? All right. Hold on. If you're thinking of
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and your view on the Ekiti election, how it's going, and have you seen it? What is your take on how it's going?
No, nothing surprising, nothing unusual.
Are you satisfied with what you saw? Does that give you hope about 2027? Are you going to?
Oh, 2027 is done and it's been done. It's been over even before now.
No, that's not the question I'm asking you. If what is happening today in Ekiti should happen in 2027, will you be able to say that this person was elected governor of this state, president of this country, or senator representing these people?
It's not if it should. That's what is going to happen.
Okay.
And it is not. It's not for me to say.
And hold on. Yeah, and you'll be glad to have their pictures behind you, as people who were elected in your country, in your state.
Yeah, going by the system we are practicing and how we have come to accept our settlement. Yes.
Okay.
We are practicing a system that few people will be selected and they will give us to elect. In that case, it doesn't matter who we actually cast the vote for. But again, I think what you're asking me, it's not up to me to say that I accept it or not. But I think at this point, I have come to understand that we are a negotiated settlement, not a country, nor a nation. And that is my own personal view and understanding. But if I want to view it from a different angle, from the lens of Bola Tinubu, Peter Obi, and Sowore, I mentioned these 3 people because what they are selling to us is 3 distinct ideology. Tinubu want to maintain the system as it is, because as a colony, people have to be selected or elected to maintain the colony for those who want it. So he wants to maintain the system, and rightly so, because that is the oath he took when he was taking this job, to maintain the system. Why Obi, on the other hand, believe in the system, but believe that it's not efficient enough. They believe that something needs to be injected, discipline, not necessarily to change the system, the structure as it is,
But I don't believe it will succeed in 2027, because if you want to change a system, you have to have the guts and capacity to go and bring different people that will bring that mission to be, rather than recruiting from the system. So that's why I see from. Then Showore, on the other hand, believe we should burn the system down, politically speaking, and rebuild another one. But is he getting traction? How far is he selling that ideology to Nigerians? It falls short. We are talking about the question of 2027. So that's the less I'm serious from. And I've always used competition as an Olympic, for example. When in every major competition, there are three winners. One, the person that eventually emerged as the gold medal, that took the overall position, one. There are another winner who just happened to be among the finalists. In this case, top three, they are satisfied. Then they are winner. They are in the national conversation. When then the third category are people who just happen to be in that championship. And if you look at the Nigerian 2027 competition critically, they are obvious. Champions don't do anything different, but they do things differently. So that's why I say what we are seeing in Ado Ekiti, Abi Ekiti, it's what is going to happen. So that's what Tinubu, that's what they know how to do. So, I mean, I don't see anything surprising, because again, what is happening is not new anyway, especially with the adults. They continue different actors and different names.
Last week, 2 people or 3 people sent me a release from Edo State Ministry of Education, and it was about Ososo Grammar School that is closed due to insecurity. They said that I should forward it to you.
I know that. I mean, I'm on ground.
I did forward it to you. So when something like that gets to you, this is your hometown, insecurity.
Yeah.
Who do you blame?
Who do I blame?
Mm-hmm.
Those in charge of the system.
Who are they?
The elected officials and elected leaders in our community.
Those behind you.
Oh yes, they have come by a part of the system. It's not an Edo problem or my village problem.
No.
It's in Nigeria.
I'm bringing it close to you so that you address it like somebody who is impacted.
Our people.
So you blame them. I mean, are you happy that your grammar school is closed?
Hold on. Our people say who they cry, they see road.
No, are you happy that the grammar school is closed in your hometown?
I am not happy, but that has not. Hold on now.
And you are blaming.
If we are doing it this way, we are not going to get to the problem.
No, you are blaming the people behind you.
Dr. Dameji, allow me talk. If we are doing like that, we will never get to the problem. Because what is happening also is also happening in Nnobi. It's happening in Meduguri. So it's not something new. It's trying to put it before my face. I said, who they cry, they see road. You understand? This problem no start with Tinubu, with Monday or Pablo. Does that exempt them from complacency? No. Right? So, as I said, people are selected for us to elect. Give me different people and see if I'm going to wave them away. None of them is different. All of them are the same in terms of what is going on. Right? So I am not going to shove my support for my governor.
No. Ovie, how do you hold your governor accountable for that? Did you show concern? How will you hold him accountable for what is happening in your hometown?
How will I hold him accountable?
Yeah. Is he not accountable? Is he not responsible for that?
He's taking a proactive measure already. So what else am I going to do?
Okay.
The people failed him from local intelligence, tell him, oh, this is what they heard that is going to happen. And he took a proactive action by making sure the children stay safe first by staying at home. And now, don't just stay in Ososo. If you come to Tiri village before Ososo or after Ososo, actually, the same kidnapping happened in school yesterday. So imagine if also people did not give information before and the governor take the project, maybe it would have been a different case today. So I am not blind or deaf to what is happening in Nigeria. right? But to say that these people are responsible, that means we are not going to get to the situation. We are not going to get to the solution. Now, if we don't want them in office again, we have to present a different people that I believe, okay, they can do a better job than what these people are doing.
All right.
So we are, and again, I've seen this before, Dr. Damage, I've been saying it. I've seen this in 2013, 2014, 2015, which eventually took Governor Goodluck Jonathan out of office. And majority of those people who actively work on that transition are regretting today. So it's not new what is happening to us.
Okay.
The same playbook has been carried out before. They succeeded. It's just that the people who are architects of that playbook are now in power. And that's the situation we find ourselves, unfortunately. But we need to, as I said, from my own view, my own assessment, we are in negotiated settlement. But the biggest problem for me is that what are the negotiating terms? I mean, there's anything like the closest I get was the Abore Accord, which the Southeast was trying to say, hey, let's stick to this game. But there could be the other items on the table that I'm not aware of. Okay. And I stand to be corrected until that issue is revisited. We talk that we will either negotiate away against it or we'll fight our way off it. There's no progress that is going to be made. So whatever that is happening to us security-wise is at the foundation of that. Because if your house no open, nobody will come inside. The same. That's why what is happening in Ososo today, I have been saying it for the past 10 years, because of the boundary and the kind of activity that is going on there. So it's not new. And I say that, as I said it here before, the only politician in Ososo now, we build down. I use the word because my senior brother build down, right? But I challenged him as at that time privately that I don't think this is what we need, because if we are going to have insecurity in Ososo, now we go bring up means the youth and general people of Ososo, because now they go make friends. What it go make them go make that kind of friends? Because the infrastructure that was in place has been dilapidated.
All right.
Some of those things were built before I was born. So, and again, I'm not saying anything unique. This is a Nigerian phenomenon.
Thank you. Sola, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
So we are discussing Ekiti election, the implications of that, what is happening there, especially as we go towards 2027. What is your take on what you've seen so far?
Okay, number one, I don't know, maybe you saw, I saw the video on Instagram yesterday where they were sharing bread.
Oh, we played that one. We played that one where they were throwing, not a sharing, throwing bread.
Sorry, throwing bread.
That's
you know.
Sorry, go ahead.
And we've come as Nigerians. I don't know. I was looking at the budget of Nigeria, the breakdown of the capital expenditure, and I see education as 2.3 trillion, which is about 8.8% given to allocated. And it doesn't mean that that's the whole money that was released. And when I checked it with Ghana, because I'm using ChatGPT for those people who would like to also fact check, when I cross-checked it with Ghana, they merged it together. So education plus health, the ChatGPT said is between 17 to 20%. Why am I bringing this fact out? Is because, see, deliberately, I think these people are deliberately, killing our education system. And, you can go to school and still be an illiterate, So, and at the end of the day, it shows that if you even go to school, you can't come out with anything, or you don't even know anything. At the end of the day, if they ask you to come and collect money, you collect. How many of our graduates, and that's just the honest truth, how many graduates Nigerian graduates at the moment that can boast and say, okay, when I finish, I'm going to get this so job. Even those that came out with, for class or something, there is no job. There are no jobs. And it's not simply because also there are no jobs. It's simply because there is an upgrade. Go to UK. I mean, in the UK here, there is a lot of upgrade. AI is more or less coming to stay. They're merging a lot of things. People are upgrading. University, I heard this week, 1 or 2 universities are planning to merge. Some University of Nottingham, cancelled at least nothing less than 10 courses because there's no funding. Some people are even thinking, does education worth it anymore? You can just go and do apprenticeship and be earning money and, gain the experience. What am I saying? When people at the end of the day are illiterate, you will see these kind of things happening in Nigeria. And you cannot, it's just like a lion cannot give, or a goat cannot give birth to a lion. And I'm sorry, Ovie, I'm sorry, Okpebolo, I don't know what to say about Okpebolo.
Don't just be sorry. You don't have to be sorry.
As a governor of Edo State, haba. Are you telling me that Edo State, and I'm not single-handedly picking only him out, but we know that in the southern part of Nigeria, and no disrespect to Masca or anybody from the north, we have sound minds, technical minds from every crownies of, I can say every crownies of Nigeria, but me, I'm from the south. But from the southern part of Nigeria, we are sound. So it's only a Okpebolo you can pick out. So at the end of the day, these things will not stop. And Jonathan did a brilliant job. The Confab 2012 is gathering dust. What have we done with it? They brought a lot of people, everybody from everywhere. Jagun said it, we should do this, we should do that. But they've done it. Why can't we implement it? Everybody from the whole country came out together to draft this thing. And this is what is going to move Nigeria forward. To today, they've not done anything. See what Jega did during Jonathan time. See the way Bubu and this new Kompu, this Tifnubu, see what he has done. And there's no way. If we continue like this, there's nothing we can do, Doctor. Nothing, except we change that constitution. When Obama was talking this week, go and listen to what he said. He said the forefathers, they gave us a good constitution. I'm paraphrasing anyway. They gave us a very good constitution. It doesn't still mean, yes, they still made some mistake in terms of they did not end slavery. But that constitution was the fabric of the development of the greatness of America today. That is the reason why you and everybody living in America can still be living in America. And at least even if you're oppressed, you can still speak out. But we as Nigerians, can we speak out? Somebody else will speak, they'll go and carry him. They've killed 4 generals. 4. Can you see the wedding drone the army is using? I call it wedding drone. This is the drone that you buy from Temu. That is what they are using to chase bandits in 2026. And if you tell me how much was budgeted for that drone, it can't be less than maybe 200 million or 100 million. That Temu drone. So what are we saying? So we'll keep on, and Nigerians need to see, nobody will come and save us. And that is the reason why, what Jagun is saying is that we need to start more or less broadcasting this thing. Also, probably people from each state in Nigeria should start talking. We should have them on this panel. Let them be reporting what is going on in their place so that we can make it big. The platform can be bigger. So these are the only ways we can more or less, those people on ground, and I mean good people that are not thieves that maybe you send money to do jobs that are going to do all that thing else. But we need to make it bigger. We need to make this voice to be heard so that they'll know that people in diaspora, they're also speaking. They want to be collecting tax, but yet they're not doing anything with our tax. Anyway, I leave it for KJ. Let KJ continue, sir.
All right. Thank you, Sola. KJ.
All right, sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Before KJ, I see people like Pansad out there, so you can take me to the backstage so that Pansad can come and insult me.
Is Pansat inside in the studio? I don't think so.
I saw him on the comment section, but I'm just saying you can put it back. I'm sure there are other people who want to do.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Yeah.
KJ, after KJ, I'll come back to you, Pulo, too. I think you want to say something. I'll come back to you after. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And Sola, I like to disappoint you. The system is not going to change. Because since the system, those who run the system are the same who make the rules, who is going to change it? Nobody. You know, and for those of us who were here when the former administration, this administration came into power, we, you know, I personally, I pontificated what's going to happen. I said Wike was going to move to the center, and he will now execute what is going to happen. Is it disappointing? No. Go and look at if you listen to Dr. Damages, I have a copy. Go back to that when the election was lost. What we said. So I totally agree, and I'm in the same position where, you know, Mr. James is, because sometimes it's frustrating and you sound like a broken record when you keep repeating these things. So what's the way forward? Is there any way forward? Well, we have said here again that if you want to wrestle a pig, you must be prepared to get dirty. So as long as we are playing elitist politics, it's not going to happen. What is going on right now in Ekiti is just a sample of what is going to go ahead. And I'll pontificate two things here. If they insist, and that, because I heard that same voice come from the National Assembly last week, that they should suspend elections. If they insist and that voice takes center stage, just believe me, this man will not live there until he dies there. So that voice should, as quickly as possible, be killed and not allowed to generate traction in Nigeria. Now, what is the other option left to us? And I still go ahead, I'll go back into the judiciary. Look, what you see happening to ADC is not the end yet. And Peter Obi himself should be watching out because his own time is coming. When they finish with Atiku, they will come for him. And they will come for him at the time that there will be little or no time to react. So I don't still believe that they're going to allow him come into that election timetable with his name on the ballot or his party in the ballot or him himself as a candidate. Because what's happening now is that there's so much money in the system out there lying just waiting for dirty games to be played. And those money already we know the philosophy of the president and his steward, Wike. What money cannot do, more money will do it. They are ready to buy off anybody and everybody to make sure that the system is totally bastardized. I was talking to a friend, who I didn't even know played a lot of parts in the election. And one of the things he shocked me with was that, you see, these people are so ready to buy off anybody. Anybody. Doesn't matter what your price is, you call it, they'll pay. Because they want to keep them in that system. And it's unfortunate that the people of Nigeria cannot see that we are gradually becoming slaves in our own country. It's very unfortunate. It's not going to change. They are not about to change the system. And they are going to do everything possible within not even within the law, because they've gone beyond the law now. Whatever they can do to achieve that purpose, they will do it. Now, if you look at also if we talk about, you talked a little bit about the Jonathan Constitutional Conference. My question I always asked at that time was, what stopped Jonathan from implementing it? You see, that's why sometimes I am a bit skeptical about Igbo presidency or the South presidency. Except for Tinubu now, majority of the people who have come into the presidency, especially Goodluck Jonathan, didn't understand what power is. He failed to see that authority rests with him. And consequently, if he had instituted a constitutional conference, he should go ahead and implement it before leaving the office. But he left it. The man who couldn't even build...
KJ, hold on. I'm not defending Jonathan, but I think what he did was exactly what Tinubu is doing now. Tinubu passed a tax law.
Yes.
And he's not implementing it.
Yes.
He knows that he will lose the election if he tries to implement that.
Yes.
He's putting it in the cooler. After the election, if he wins, he will implement it. So Jonathan's calculation that time was the same thing. He knew that the outcome of that conference was not acceptable to so many people in so many parts of the country. So he was worried that if he should push for that, he will lose the election. So he was advised, and he didn't implement that. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But that's exactly what happened that time.
Okay, let me concede to what you have said. A friend of mine was the secretary of the Middle Belt, who was representing the Middle Belt in that that conference. So I have a little bit of insider. But here's the thing: when people who were there were telling, let's not go there. Let me not digress. I'm simply saying that the people who you must have the desire to implement what you think will help the country. And I totally agree. I mean, if somebody's asking Ovie, what does it mean? What Ovie simply says that the system that we are running is not being controlled by those who are operating it. And those who are able to change it have not been given the opportunity to change it. And consequently, instead of our people to come out, they are going for bread to be thrown to them, 2,000 naira to be given to them, 10,000 naira to be given to them. If you keep collecting it, when will the change come? And Rudolph, I want to shock you. Even for this program, I see and they always sit down and they look now. Nothing will change. You see this thing? So Obi may even have all the master. In fact, if we all know Obi very well, he has already planned out his program or how he's going to go about to effect a change. But is he going to be given a chance? These people are not there for games. They are there to make sure they perpetuate themselves and their children in the system. Now, think about this world. How many countries where this kind of thing going on in Nigeria is going on, and the government and the people of Nigeria are just okay. Nobody bothers themselves. As if not human beings that have been affected. As if it's just you see on a live TV or rather not live TV but on a social media, they are beating a man. Beating his wife, and we all go home and sleep. We're okay with it. So what else will happen? Then there are people who will now change. Coming to Ekiti, what you see in Ekiti, is it new? It's not new. And so I want to dwell on maybe what I consider to be the way we can solve the problem. I said on this program, the youths are more in number than the elderly people. If they know how to mobilize and they can hold on to the youth, maybe giving them, I don't know what to say, give them or promise them or tell them but educate them on the reason. See, I am talking this way because during the time we were youths, the system didn't allow us to perpetuate or bring up our own ideas. Consequently, me, who was reading Adamu Chiroma as Federal Commissioner for Finance in primary school, still met Adamu Chiroma as a practicing journalist, as a minister in Nigeria, where he could no longer even walk. He was being wheeled on a wheelchair. And I said to myself, we are finished. So this is where we are. Has it changed? And don't get me wrong, because before some people jump in and say, I'm giving Adamu Chiroma as the example. Okay? It has nothing to do with North or South at this point. The same system is being perpetuated everywhere. Everywhere. And look, let me reverse a bit to tell you how bad this situation is. Ebonyi State is one of the worst states in the East, one of the poorest. But guess what? The governor of the state drives an Escalade, bulletproof Escalade. Okay? In a city where majority of the city is not even tarred. And they are telling you that they have the authority to do with anybody who goes against their desire for this election, whatever they can do to him. Is that the people who want to change? Nobody says anything about it. Okay? In other clients, after being seen what Wike is doing with the lawyers, certain lawyers, MBA as they call the Nigerian Bar Association, will have taken a stand. But no, you hear what the woman said. No, if they can do for these people, why can't they do for us? So even the hope of the common man have been lost. Consequently, there's no common man again in Nigeria. It's unfortunate, but that's the truth. And it is now dog eat dog, all for one. Defend yourself. Onward, because that's what it is. So okay, how are we going to fight the people who have the authority over the monopoly of violence? How do we fight them? So we just have to find out how we can be strategic and take over. If we totally believe, if the Nigerian people believe that what is going on is against what they want. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Pulo, can you hear me? Are you here? I'm seeing two of you, and then you're black. All right, let me go to who is the next person? Obaramazi. Yeah, Mazapara, go ahead.
Doctor, thank you once again. Maska, Barikade, I've said this here several times that we black people, sub-Saharan Africans, we are not ripe for democracy. We are not ripe. Democracy cannot alleviate our sufferings, our predicaments. Sub-Saharan Africa. Anybody who is telling you go and vote for this person, do this every 4 years, that person is deceiving you. Democracy, we are not ripe. We're too primitive for democracy. We're too poor. Because I just googled now, almost 139 million to 150 million Nigerians are living under poverty. Under poverty. That means these people cannot even feed. So why do you blame them when somebody is throwing bread to them? These people, they have to eat. It's just like in a zoo where there is the animals, they have to grab another animal to feed. So there was a time I was blaming these people. I don't blame them anymore, because this is they have to survive, no matter how. The woman you just showed that collected 10,000 naira. Do you know what 10,000 naira could mean to her? Maybe since how many months she has not seen 10,000 naira, and you ask her not to take it. These people have deliberately reduced Nigerian store to pigs. There's nothing else. In fact, when you see in Nigeria now, look at the food they eat, that even a German cannot give to his or her dog. That is how these people have reduced their fellow human beings to. People are just like, look at how, in fact, if you see them, very, very, horrific looking people, because they have no food to eat. They have no water to drink, because of bad leadership, because of corruption. You cannot practice democracy in a country that has 150 million of its citizens under poverty. There's no way, even in this world, you cannot. No way, the democracy cannot work like that in that society. So this thing will make every 4 years they go to vote for somebody. It's waste of time and resources, because they're all the same. I could remember Ibrahim Mantu before he died. He told Nigeria that elections Nigerians have been conducted is fraudulent, that they have been writing a results by themselves. It has not changed. Anybody who's expecting this election, the next election, to be or free and fair, that person is delusional. It's not going to happen. Because these people, they don't mean well for the citizens, ordinary citizens. I just lost a nephew a few days ago, after spending millions of naira to, for his colon cancer, whereby there was nothing in the clinic, where nothing, this and you see how they live large, the politicians, how they live large. Look at how their children are shining. Look at how big their children are. Look at Akpabio's daughter, because they eat, they don't even know what to do with the food, while ordinary people are not feeding. This is the wicked. That's how wicked they are. So anybody who is talking about Ekiti election, Adamawa election, it's all the same. From the north to the south, it's all the same. These people, they have no conscience. They are not human beings like you and others that have that kind of sympathy, that will look at people and say, oh, this person is suffering, let me help. No, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's waste of time, it's waste of resources. Okay, for example, look at some people are asking them, where's your manifesto? How many Nigerians can read manifesto? How many of them? How many of us can read manifesto? You are conducting an election, a democratic, democracy in a country that, how many people are literate enough to read those things? Let us come down and examine and decide the best, governance, system that can help in Africa, not only Nigeria, Africa. China is not democratic. China has almost 5,000, parliamentarians. What they do, they go to every ethnic group and select one of the best of them, and every ethnic group is represented in Chinese, parliament. That is the way, if I should suggest, that's the only way to make Nigeria go forward. Because with the total that we have almost 500 ethnic groups, bring each of them, at the parliament, and let's discuss what their people need. Because what I need could be different from what somebody's in Adamawa or in Kotorokoshi or in Ogoja needs. Let their people represent them, not these people. Not these people. These people are time wasters. They waste time, they waste money. Dr. Damage, how can you tell me that a minister will be riding, riding, Rolls Royce? Here in Germany, governors go on little Passat or little BMW. What the heck are we talking about? And we are not, look, we can't get it. There's no way. The system is rotting. The system is not, it cannot never make progress. Look, finally, for me, when I left Nigeria in 1990, do you know how much I bought the dollar? 18 naira. And that was under the military they are accused of being so corrupt. Dr. Damages, 1990, I bought a Marine, 18 naira a dollar, under corrupt, military regime. But look at where we are today. I mean, sorry, we can't help ourselves. I'm sorry.
Mazi, imagine if you had bought $1 million that time and kept it in in Nigeria. All right, but let me correct a few things before I come to you, Polo. I'll come to you, and Desta, I'll come to you. Starting with KJ. KJ was talking about losing hope. That you're just looking and laughing. It made me to think, and I remember that it was 40 years ago, in 1986, that I started writing about Nigeria consistently on a weekly basis. So I estimated that I've probably written 2,000 articles about Nigeria. Oh, what am I saying? Not 2,000, maybe more than 2,000. I can't even do the math. But something like that, something outrageous number. But I'm still doing it. You still have to contribute, because the goal is not that it should happen in your lifetime. It may be in the lifetime of your children or your grandchildren. So we're not saying that we have to win this. And then, Amazi, you always talk about Sub-Saharan Africa. We're not good at democracy, or that we are not ripe for democracy, something like that. Remember, before the Europeans came, there were parts of Africa that had good democratic system. And one of the, different groups, different ethnic groups, different structures that worked. So it's not that we are not good. There's nothing missing. There's nothing deficient in us. Is even when the Europeans were here, were in Africa before they left, and immediately after they left, most African societies were running their democratic system in a good way. But gradually, we started dropping, losing all the guardrails, and then we have what we have now. So I don't want you to keep saying, because I'm worried about what it will do to younger people listening to you. They might think that, oh, we are deficient. There's something missing in us as black
Doctor,
people.
we are deficient. Honestly, we are. Please, doctor, please, we are deficient, please.
All right. We are not debating that today.
Yeah.
Pulo, go ahead. I know your internet is challenging. Go ahead.
Yeah, my internet is very challenging. That's why I'm saying. Well, democracy itself, Jagan was advocating for boycotting the election entirely. And what are you coming up with again if you get rid of, if you boycott the election? You want anarchy, or you just want to hand them power for free without even wasting their money on buying bread and indomie and giving it to other people? What are you replacing it? Anarchy or what? You still have to
I
go back.
answered that, my friend. I don't think your system allowed you to hear.
Sorry. What I'm trying to say
Don't
here
be
is you
sorry,
still
be
have to go back
accurate.
to democracy. It is the worst, at least the least worst form of government. That's how they describe it. Imagine a country of 10,000 people, and then there are 4 contestants. One contestant got 3,000 votes. All the others shared the remaining votes, but none of them could get 3,000 votes. So the person that got 3,000 votes will eventually become the leader. So it means he is representing only, it's like out of 10,000 people, only 3,000 people voted for you. Then if the candidates are 4, only 3,000 people voted for you to become the leader. The rest, the 7,000 people that voted for different candidates, but they could not match your number of votes, are all gone. Which means, so how will you just say, Buhari said it bluntly. He was like, okay, don't expect me to be fair to everybody. This state gives me this number of votes. I have to do it. I could remember also about the national conference. Buhari campaigned with that. He said they came and the government wasted all the money. And where is the report of the national conference, sovereign national conference? It was there collecting dust, as he said it on a CNN interview. When he comes to power, what did he do? He didn't even mention about the national conference. Talk about implementing it. What are we going to do to change it? It's the mindset that we are going to change of the individual. The education system is broken. The mindset of individual, we are too poor, as this guy, as the previous guy just says. We are too poor. We are thinking about what to eat first before we think about what to read and how to think properly. If they intentionally make education system broken and kept us underdeveloped and poor, how can we reason very well? Okay, the few of us here, let's assume we are the same one, and we are the one that are going to be. How are we going to do that? We need money, we need this and that, and we need to put all these things in place before the people will start thinking properly. How long will it take us? And are we still going to say, okay, we are building elitist kind of government? If remember, the returning officers during presidential election are professors, most of them. So almost all of them are professors or VCs from certain universities. If you say you're judging by the certificate or academic achievement or prowess, they are qualified to be there. But they are also part of the problem. They collect money. If you hear what they're saying, sometimes it will be, you will feel ashamed. Like it is a professor that is saying something so stupid like that because he have nowhere. Maybe then he was offered 100 million. He has never seen 3 million naira. He was offered 100 million to just come out and do certain things. And will come out and say rubbish. So about just getting education, get into professorship. I don't see it as changing the mindset of the people. So how are we going to start slowly changing the mindset of the young, the mindset of our young people that are coming up? There are people that actually are coming up and they are like, we don't want this system, we want to get rid of it. But how do you start getting rid of it if poverty has been institutionalized? Corruption is being seen as a kind of motivation. They cannot say they're giving you no conflict of interest. If they give you money, they will say, okay, the person needs to be motivated before he approves your proposal. If you are going to get a government contract, when we know in reality it's a bribe, not a motivation, you just change the name. How are we going to the members in this platform? How are we going to start changing the mindset of people that are intentionally kept poor, uneducated, less exposed, and most importantly, they ensured that they use religion, institution, and appeal to our tribal sentiment to get away with a lot of things. Somebody will do something wrong that all of us know this thing is wrong. But once he said, they did this to me because I am Fulani or because I am Yoruba, all his people will rally about it, or because I am Muslim or because I am a Christian. The pastors, the imams will rally about defending them, the member of their faith. Probably they are getting something out of it. They are funding the. How do you think that those malams get money? You don't have a shop, you don't have any business running. You're there preaching, and all of a sudden you're riding 10 million naira car. Your house is a very huge car. Your children are studying in a private university. Where did you get all that money from? And the pastors, the tithe. I think religion and tribal sentiment is one of the factors that are killing us because we are ignorant. And those same people that benefited from free education, free feeding when Nigeria is growing. Those that we see as elite now, they enjoyed free education, free whatever, free whatever. They are the same people that are trying to institutionalize ignorance and then keep us hungry so that we cannot think properly and use some of us that are very agitated and channel their agitation towards banditry and then tell them that, hey, if you can do that, you'll get this amount of money. And the government will vote for a huge amount of money because there is insecurity in that state and the governor benefits. So if the whole system, if the whole system is running smoothly, the security vote will vanish. The governors will no longer get that money. The military guys that are there and are collecting more money because they are in a high risk or red zone will not get that money. I don't think they are in their best interest to stop this from happening. But in the end, we still have to come back to democratic way of doing things. But even if we are going to do it in a democratic, we have to restructure the voting process. So Madam said at the beginning, this if we did not vote for the flag bearers in the right way, this is what will actually happen during the general election. It is giving us a clue. No election, no voting materials. Somebody will be declared a winner, and nobody will bet an eye, and that's it. It's like we're becoming dictatorial. APC was allowed by the PDP to contest, to challenge the PDP, to do everything they want as an opposition party. That is how they came to power. And now it is the same APC that is trying to quench all kind of opposition force, either by frustrating it, banning the big platforms, and keeping them busy with court and so all kind of things. They're trying to become dictatorial. They were accusing PDP of doing that, but now they have become worse than the PDP. So I don't know if you guys have other alternative to democracy, which I said, if there are 10,000 people and one person, five contests and one person just got 3,000 votes, and he is the winner. So he is just voted by 3,000. 7,000 people did not believe in his ideology, did not believe in anything he is doing, and we
Pull
still have to
up,
give him
pull
that
up.
way.
Let me,
So let's have another. Maybe you guys can help me out here. Thank you.
yeah, thank you so much.
I'm here to help him out.
No. Can I hold on? Don't jump in. Don't jump in,
No,
anybody.
actually come to say thank you to Pulo. You know, I was having a wrong notion about him. I never knew, but somebody commented on the comment section that he has gotten himself some education, you know. But Pulo, yeah, I think you made a very valid point here. You know, I was thinking that you are one of those tribal and religious bigots, but I think you are different. I think I was wrong. Yeah, good to hear you.
Can I
Good to
thank
hear
you?
your submission. Thank you.
We'll go to Dexter, but before Dexter, let me just say, pull up for your for the question you posed, which is how to make democracy work better. So there are some countries where you have to get 50 plus 1 votes before you become anything. So like example you are giving now, which is I think what happened in the last election where Tinubu got about 30-something% of the votes. You have to get 50%. So if you don't get that, they do a runoff where the top 2 candidates will compete. So if Nigeria had adopted something like that, what would have happened in the last election wouldn't be that Tinubu will be declared the winner. Tinubu will go contest against Atiku. And then that way to be more like what you are saying. So there are different versions. In New York here, we have what they call ranking, votes ranking. It's a different structure where you
rank choice voting.
Yeah, exactly. So there are many options out there that people put in place to make sure that what you are afraid of is not happening. But again, what happens in Africa is that we don't adopt what they call best practice. If something is not working, it's not new to the world. And the solution is out there, but sometimes we don't look around and say, okay, they've done it here in Switzerland. In Switzerland, for instance, they solved one of our biggest problems, which is that this region is not having the opportunity to govern the country. So in Switzerland, they have a structure where they have vice presidents that rotates, where the president will be this person for 2 years. After that, this other region will bring a president. So, but at the end, every time, they all have present vice presidents. So in the case of Nigeria, say we have 6 geopolitical zones, and each of them will have a vice president. And one, let's say Tinubu is now the president. After 2 years, maybe someone from the northeast will become the president, one of the vice presidents from northeast. So it's all possible, but we just don't want to think. We don't want to adopt anything. We don't want to change anything because it favors the people who run things. All right, Dexter, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the panel, for all the contributions. I think I kind of agree with what a lot of people are saying. I don't know if there's lots to add. But there's a narrative which I think we should not drive here, which is that everybody is the same. This generalization of everybody. I think that's very disingenuous because when we do that, it means we're not even ready to. I'm not ready to make progress. Not all the politicians. Okay. So even among as bad as the field is, it doesn't mean all of them are the same. Okay. So we should stop driving that narrative here. And I think it's not good for us to drive that kind of narrative. There are different people there. The people among the people that contesting today that want Nigeria to work. I want to see a country that works. The people that genuinely want to see a country that works. So we shouldn't kind of put that, they are all the same. And I think I also agree, with what the last person was saying. One of the ways, in fact, Nigeria is being set for backwardness for another 15 years. All you need to do to know a country that will make progress, you need to look at the educational system of the country. Because that's the next generation. If you want your country to move forward, if you want democracy to work, you need people to be educated, you need people to be enlightened, you need to be able to know the value of their choices. But look at what is happening today in Nigeria. They're literally destroying the school system. So, Dr. Damages, for some of us people that schooled in Nigeria back there like you, at least your school in Nigeria could be able to take you outside of Nigeria. The way it's going now in Nigeria, the average person that goes to a government school in Nigeria, I'm sorry, there will be no way out. there will be no way out. You'll just be stuck in there. And you have to keep on taking the palliatives from these politicians. So I think that's the way it is going. And it's a model that has worked. Sadly, it's a model that has worked best in northern Nigeria. Model has worked very well in northern Nigeria. Keep the people out of school, you use them as political tools. It's moving down everywhere. We must kind of agree we have a problem. And that's why I always say we need to, the Bob Marley song that says emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. It's actually directed at us. Because there's this mental slavery we have. I mean, think about it. Professors are the ones rigging the election. You show that the professor, the professorship means nothing. In Africa, we're so more interested in titles. But if you go to the Western world, you see somebody that is the professor emeritus. You don't care about it. You don't care about whether he's professor emeritus. What he's doing is what is he churning out. That's what That's what he cares about. He cares about the work he's putting out, not the title of professor. So it just shows that we have completely missed it. Maybe the solution, sometimes you can't keep on moving in a direction and you're not getting to where you want to go. And you just say, let's keep going. And I think that's what we have been doing in Nigeria. Let's keep going. It won't get better. If we just keep on working in the direction we are going, it will get better. I think I saw somebody put a post up and say that, I don't know if it's true, but I said, okay, The Guardian, I think it's from The Guardian of today. Abu Salami said that Nadeco, people in Nadeco did not want him to hand power over. They came to meet him to stay back in office. So we shouldn't be surprised that it's the same quote Nadeco group that is in power today that are perpetrating these kind of actions. So it's the same group that are perpetrating this kind of actions that they want to stay in power forever. So maybe the solution to Nigeria, we should start thinking out of the box. We should stop thinking that the things we think are problems are our problems. Maybe actually fragmentation of Nigeria will help us to move forward. Because there's this big bulge in Nigeria and there's so much to loot. And so the people want to loot it. They don't care about the progress of the people. So they want to keep that big bulge and keep on looting. Maybe we should chop it into bits and pieces and let everybody become responsible for what he has. And maybe when we now value what we have individually, then we can now decide to come together and decide how we would make it work for ourselves. Because if you look at historically from the Nigerian history, the coming together was not actually because we knew what we were really bringing. It was one of the things we saw what the colonial masters were doing. I would say, no, we can take this back from ourselves. We can take it back. We can take it back. Oh, they are making so much money from this. We can actually run this by ourselves. Maybe it's time for us to run it, create it by ourselves, because we really have not created anything. Nigeria is still living on the oil discovered in the colonial era. We've not created anything new. We've not done anything new that is genuinely ours. So we're still fighting over the resources that were discovered. What is the new resource that has been discovered? What is the new game we have added to the Nigeria of old? What is feeding the Nigeria of today? It's the same thing that was discovered a long time ago. So maybe since we cannot make progress this way, we have to decide. Because it's either we continue like this and maybe next 100 years, there will be another Dr. Dame saying the same thing. Or we decide we have to try something new. We have to try something. We have to be ready to fail. Well, because one of the things, no, we should do the SpaceX model. Fail, try again, fail, try again. Not, let's keep just managing, and no rocket will ever make it from the flight deck. That's that. Or let's be managing, no rocket will make it from the flight deck. Let's try and fail, and try again and fail, and then we'll learn from our failures, and then we'll get better. When we don't want to follow this, continue, there's no way. Because these guys if you look at the systems of rigging the election they've created, then you just know that it would take something extraordinary for us to have a free and fair election. And, democracy would not, it's not like we don't want it. Yes, we do want it, but it has to fit. It has to fit us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. Kene?
Yes, Dr. Damages. Thank you. Actually, I come up because of what I've been hearing. I think we are all suggesting on how to fix Nigeria, throwing solutions left, right, and center, But it's unfortunate, when you have a criminal armed robber with sophisticated weapon in your house, this armed robber has taken over your household. You are now powerless. You can't confront an armed robber with an empty hand, right? So now, the armed robber is in control, flexing your resources before you are very forced in your face. I mean, you can't do anything. That's the situation we find ourselves in. We have, just like Ovie stated, they selected and then you voted for criminals to be in charge of your country. And you dare expect that they will be able to let go of what they are benefiting from that country. Talking about Rolls Royce or something. That one is even a Kabu case. Somebody bought himself a nyash or whatever they call that nonsense. A president that the citizens are hungry. Citizens could not even afford 1 square meal. Now, this is it. If you are trying to find solution for Nigeria's problem, no, unfortunately, Nigeria has missed that opportunity. Nigeria has missed that critical window of opportunity to course-correct its economy and infrastructures or whatever, that they've lost. They've missed that opportunity. They could have done that some 15, 11 years ago when we still had a sane president. Not when we had terrorists like Buhari or this thief like Tinubu, and you expect that we'll be able to correct that country. I commented on the comment section that the youth, most of the Nigerian youth today are cowards. And somebody was like, oh, that I was reckless with my word. No, I wasn't. They are cowards. What do you expect them to do? They can't even do anything. So they can only sit down, look, make noise on social media. If somebody like, what do they call that guy? VDM made a post, you see them running their mouths left, right, and center. These are the people that country is sinking. And all they do on social media is to run their mouth like parrots. Now, let me tell you, there will never be solution for Nigeria's problem until either of these two things must be done. It's either you see, the Nigerian army that we have today, the Nigerian army, the security forces, are the real problem. So try to find a way to either overhaul that security agencies or just take them out completely because they have been infiltrated by terrorists. When you have terrorists and you call them repentant terrorists and you absorb them into Nigerian security forces, what do you expect? Oh, somebody, I think it was Dr. Damages was asking me the other time, that the US, I can't remember vividly what he asked, but it's in this line, that the US, they are not that active as they, as they made us to believe that they will be able to confront the terrorism. No, how would they? For them to confront the terrorism, they have to do away with the Nigerian security forces, ranging from the army, because there's where you have the terrorists right now. Right? So you see that you have that terrorist taken out, and the likes of Sheikh Gumi, his son, anybody related or being submissive to Sheikh Gumi must be taken out from the Nigerian security forces. First, have Sheikh Gumi imprisoned or just take this element out. Now, the solution, like I said, two solutions. You must take one. It's either you fragment that country, just like Dexter, that's it. Divide that country, everybody be on his own. By doing so, you've weakened that security forces. Now, in your individual countries, you can now form your own security forces the way you want. Or you have the Oyibo people come back and recolonize us. We need to be recognized. And I think this time, I don't think it should be UK. I think China should come and I think China should come and do the job this time, so that we'll be able to have some senses in our head. But the thing is, Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is finished. We can always wish for a better Nigeria. Our parents, that is how they've been wishing, and this is how we are wishing today. And our children will come up and be wishing, and Nigeria will keep sinking. We must do something, and that is it. It's either you have that country divided, or you have some white-skinned people come and recognize us because we know to get sense. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. We're talking about youth. Which youth? The same youth that they will call behind closed doors and give them 2,000 naira or 20,000 naira max, and they will be on social media blasting the suffering citizens and while protecting the criminals. The same youth. Right. See, is it the same youth that you're talking about? When if the youth want to go and protest now, somebody like Showore, because he is not the lead for the protest, will go against the protest. For him to participate in the protest and his clueless followers, it must be Showore that is in charge before you participate. See, Nigeria is gone. Sorry, Nigeria is gone, and I'm happy. I'm very, very happy the way Nigeria is turning out now. Everybody gone. Dr. Damages, sorry. Thank you.
All right. Akuwudike, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So, I want to talk about the insecurity in Nigeria. So,
but we're talking about the election in Ekiti. We're rounding up.
Yeah, now that's the thing, because that's exactly why I came in, because I'm really busy tonight. I want to pen down something for someone, but if you allow me to do it a little.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead.
So recently there have been videos emerging of empty communities in Nigeria, especially in Kwara, and it didn't start today. This has been going on for almost a decade or over a decade now, and nothing serious have been done about it. So I bring an information for the Nigerian people, those that are in Nigeria right now. Don't listen to clowns that come here to tell you trash. Don't listen to clowns that come here to tell you that let's get more men into the Nigerian military. The Nigerian government, as it stands, the present Nigerian dispensation, is not ready to do anything, and they are not going to do anything. Right? Don't ever listen to those clowns. They don't mean well for you. Today, as a Nigerian, wherever you are, be you in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria, right? I dare you to send this information to those in Nigeria. I dare you as Nigerians to stand and defend your homes and ancestral lands. Don't ever run away. I dare you not to run away from your homes. For people that for someone that have not taken his bed for almost 3 months to come and chase you out of your homeland. Come on. Chase you out of your homeland, you will abandon your house for someone that have not showered for almost 3 months. No, this is not an insult, but we have to say the truth right now. I dare you, as a Nigerian, don't ever abandon your home. Don't ever leave your ancestral homelands. I dare you not to listen to clowns that come here, right, to defend the megalomaniacs in power. They will sacrifice you on the altar of one Nigeria and come here and gaslight those that will try to talk about you. And any person that tries to keep them on the topic when they try to deviate will be labeled as a hater of Nigeria. Don't ever listen to these people. They know exactly what they are doing. Previously, I used to think that maybe they were talking from a patriotic perspective. No, these people are deliberately telling you lies and providing solutions that are far from being feasible. Don't ever listen to these people. I dare you today, join the vigilantes, join your local vigilantes, arm yourselves legally and defend the homelands. Don't ever run away. If you keep running away, one day, these people will take over everywhere and you will have no homelands again. This is just a little information I just want to, for those that are willing to listen, because I'm very sure, right? I don't want to talk about the issue of Nigeria can never progress. Nigeria can never work. Nigeria can never stop deceiving yourselves. Even in the next 20 years, we'll come here and defend and do the same thing. This talking we are doing, in the next 20 years, we'll come here and talk. Nigeria can never work.
Akuwudike.
Everybody should stop deceiving themselves.
Akuwudike, where are you?
I'm in England.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you are abroad.
Yeah, I know what that doesn't mean I won't be able to say what
no, it's not about being able to say. It's about, telling people who are home, who are watching other villages being wiped out, that they should
join the local vigilantes and arm themselves legally.
Yeah, and they should stay and
defend
fight
themselves.
when you are outside the country. That's how they will
No,
say.
they can still arm themselves illegally. It's not legal.
Because I've been in England just barely 3 years.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter, but that's how they. That's how
I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm not talking from the blues.
That's how they see these things when we say things like
that's a lie. People are actually listening.
Okay. I know that Danjuma also told his people in one speech that they should arm themselves and they should defend and people started asking him right there, where do we get the guns? Give us the guns. You know what Danjuma said to them?
Mm-mm.
He said, if you know where the other people are getting their guns.
So that's exactly why I said arm yourself legally, right?
Even a police chief.
This thing is not going to stop. What you see happening in Nigeria today, it's not going to stop. And if you think it's not coming to your, it will arrive. It will arrive at your doorstep. It must arrive at your doorstep if nothing is done about it. Forget about Nigeria. Nigeria is not going to work. Defend yourself first. Stay alive first. Because Nigeria will never work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me give Mr. James opportunity to speak on something I know he cares about, which is South Africa. At the beginning of the show, I played a video of an African that they basically forced to close his shop. This is what has been going on in South Africa. Nigeria moved a few people out of the country and told people who wanted to leave to come and register and report themselves. They did. But Nigeria, being Nigeria, they didn't have contingency plans and people got stranded, that they don't have a home to go to. Nigeria is not providing for them. So but it continues, and there are repercussions about this South African thing, to the point that their musicians are getting their gigs cancelled across Africa. People are debating whether their businesses should be told to leave other parts of Africa. So, James, because you've not weighed in on the Nigerian issue, this is topic I think you have something to say. I'll give you 5 minutes. After that, we take a break. When we come back, we will rant. Okay, Mr. James, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Good. You see, this South African problem is both good and bad. It's good because the owners of the country are telling the non-indigenous to leave. The Constitution of South Africa and the Constitution of Nigeria guarantees freedom of association. If I don't want to associate with you, you have the right to tell me, keep off me. So they're telling those that don't want to leave them, so they should leave. That is one point. Now, I'm not surprised that the Nigerian government disappointed those who want to be lifted to Nigeria. While I was there about 20 years ago, while I was there, if you don't have a valid residence permit, if you go to the Nigerian High Commission, whether in Petroleum or Johannesburg, they send you back as a Nigerian. Now, what does it mean to have a valid residence permit? You can apply maybe to go to South Africa on a visitor's visa. They might give you 6 months or 1 year or whatever it is. For that period, your permit is valid. If the permit happens to expire, you have to go to the Home Affairs for extension. They might extend it 1 or 2 or 3 occasions. Then it got to a point whereby they no longer extend it. Then you become an illegal immigrant. Even if you are killed, the Nigerian High Commission of those days, I don't know of now, will not even blink an eye, let alone coming to your rescue or finding out who is responsible for your murder. So this is the situation that is still playing out. When the Ghanaians lifted their people, they did it swiftly, and there wasn't so much drama over it. Now, remember when Nigeria said they want to elite their people, they said it's on the condition that you will pay for your flight. I still remember. If I will pay for my flight, why do I need to do it through Nigeria? I can go to Ethiopian Airlines, Kenya Airways, British Caledonia, what called any airline at all, pay on my own, I travel on my own to Nigeria. So why should the Nigerian government come to my rescue? This has been the problem with the Nigerian government and our people. What's his name? Airpeace director, owner, enlisted from Nigeria some time ago. He did it free of charge. I think he repeated the same thing in Sudan. Whenever Nigerian nationals run into problems, the Nigerian government is very good at turning their backs on these people in difficulties. Here in the Gambia, in 2016, when Yahya Jammeh refused to relinquish power, Nigeria had the thought of invading the country. And there were about 3,000 or so Nigerians resident in the Gambia. No plans was made for evacuation of Nigeria. If the man had refused to leave and the country was invaded, that is precisely how they would put our lives on the line and nothing would have happened. In Liberia, when Charles Taylor, overran the country, I had a classmate at university. His name is Christian Modi, he read philosophy. They went to the Nigerian High Commission for Refuge. The Nigerian High Commission shares the same fence with the German embassy. When Charles Taylor got there, they packed everybody to Banga, the town in Liberia where they were executed. You can check the name on the internet. Chris Imodide. He read philosophy at the University of Lagos. He later became a president. Anyway, the point I'm making is that I'm not surprised that the Nigerian government is dragging its feet when it comes to enlisting people. The first batch that was enlisted, do not be alarmed if you discover that money changed hands behind the scene. Though it's a remote possibility, but don't be alarmed because all things are possible. Now, coming to the South African situation, the path Nigeria followed to destruction is the path they are towing, if they like it or not. Because right now, in Nigeria, we have two major problems, religion and tribalism. But theirs is based on tribalism, not even racism. It is the Zulus who are creating the problems as far as this issue is concerned. During apartheid, there was a party they call NICASA Freedom Party, headed by Mangosuthu Buthelezi. They declared war on the ANC boys because the ANC is made up of people from Eastern Cape. Governor Mbeki, Thabo Mbeki, Nelson Mandela, what's his name? Winnie Madikizela Mandela, they were all from Eastern Cape. So it was a war between the Xhosas and the Zulus. They declared war on the ANC boys. Eventually, the ANC won the election. Nelson Mandela told them, let bygone be bygone. Despite the fact that the ANC had majority votes in the first election, they made Mangosuthu Buthelezi the Home Affairs Minister to convince him that let bygone be bygone. But ever since then, the Zulus have never allowed the country to know peace. Now that foreigners are being harassed, it is very disturbing to know that even the Zulus are saying that if you cannot speak Zulu language, you are not a South African. Because there are Sutus from Lesotho in South Africa. There are Ndebeles in Zimbabwe in South Africa. Shangani from Mozambique in South Africa. All their neighbors, they are in South Africa. And this is ancestral. It is, it is a white man that created the artificial boundaries. So you see some families, some members are in Zimbabwe, some are in South Africa, some are in Lesotho, others are in South Africa. So this is the problem they have. But the Zulus are telling the others that if you cannot speak Zulu language, you are not in South Africa. So the path to destruction Nigeria followed meticulously is what they are also following at the moment. They are still insisting on June 30th. They said all foreigners must leave the country. There was a problem in the neighborhood called Mayfair and Bosphorus. These two neighborhoods are dominated by Somalians and Pakistanis, and maybe some Indians, I don't know. Now, the Somalians in Mayfair are telling the people that even if you're a black man from South Africa, this region belongs to us. So this march and march of Jacinta, I understand they are fomenting troubles in Mayfair. So the country is finished, take it or leave it. But one thing I want them to know in conclusion is this. During the first election, the ANC had majority votes, absolute majority. I think second election or so, but now they still have majority, but it's not absolute. So they are forced to form a coalition with the apartheid party that killed them for 400 years. Now, if this is the case, it means the ANC is losing their grip on power. This coming election, the local government election in November, I'm suspecting that the ANC will lose more ground. In the next general election, if the whites manage by fair or foul means grab power from the ANC, that is the end of South Africa. Because if they launch another liberation war in future, no African country will send anybody there to come to their rescue. And lastly, sorry, let me add one more point. We in Nigeria, we have the habit of saying we help South Africa, we spend billions and billions of dollars. It is not entirely true. While I was in primary school, there was what they call Mandela Fund. People contributed money to liberate South Africa. Most of this money was embezzled by Nigerian government. There's an article I sent to KJ, I think Ovie and Dr. Damages, written by Patrick Wilmot. Patrick Wilmot was a lecturer at the University of Ahmadu Bello University. He mentioned that the money was not properly accounted for. So while we were spending it on the ANC boys, they too are no fools. They know that we are stealing our own money in their names. So they just kept quiet, provided they get what they want from us. So this is what is happening. Now, when they finished the liberation, what's it called, war, they went back home. They could not tell their people that this is what others did for us, because all the monies they got were unaccounted for. It was not a legitimate government. Even the organization was not registered. So all the money received, they did not, how do I put it? They could not, the account was not audited. So when they got home, that free source of money was no longer forthcoming. So they descended heavily on the state treasury. It is the colossal embezzlement that is going on in South Africa today that is causing this economic problem. There's one good thing about South Africa. They are very good at setting up commissions of inquiries, and they make the results public. What Jacob Zuma alone did to the Republic of South Africa is enough to wreck so many African countries, because South Africa can fund the budget of so many African countries. So what that man did alone is very, very disturbing. So this is it. We had this, what we call, I've forgotten the corruption in South Africa is very, very disturbing, because there was a man who called, I'm sorry, I'm very old now.
Yeah, man, please.
There was a man called Shabi Sheikh. He was the financial advisor to Jacob Zuma. They finished, they emptied the treasury during Jacob Zuma's time. Now, there was another commission of inquiry, Allen Bosek. Allen Bosek, during the apartheid era, they received some money from Coca-Cola Foundation and Paul Simon. They embezzled the money. Allen Bosek went to jail, and that's a different story. Now, there's another commission they call Zondo Commission on state capital. There are a lot of commissions of inquiry.
Jargon, Otito.
There have been a lot of commissions of inquiry that expose corruption in South Africa. That is one of the advantages they have over us. They expose their own corruption. And for us, it is snakes that swallow our money, so there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, the best thing for all Nigerians in South Africa to do right now is to think seriously of relocating. If you cannot come back to Nigeria, Why not think of going to another African country? I left South Africa 20 years ago. I did not go back to Nigeria. I went to another African country. They can do the same thing. So this is my opinion. And nobody should blame South Africa for telling foreigners to leave. If it's a pity, I wish this is the only topic we have for discussion today.
No, it's not a pity.
I
That
heard
kind of
they
subject.
are coming to Gambia.
They just be telling
Some
us
of them,
all kinds
some
of
of them
history.
already
There's
headed
nothing that you said
Gambia.
that is new to someone like me. However, the way you labored it, I would think that for somebody like you, that I understand your frustration about Nigeria. I do. But the amount that you had to say for and with South Africa compared to the serious idiot archaic state that Nigeria is in, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for what's come out of your mouth this evening, I'm afraid, Mr. James, because Nigeria is in a much more, wait, please, Nigeria is in a much more archaic state than South Africa. You know, it's just like your position with people who have a belief in God. Because you don't have a belief in God and you don't have a belief in Nigeria, you suspect that nobody else should. And I put all that in the rubbish bin where it belongs, as opposed to somebody as educated as yourself, who should be given either some credence.
Jabu, I believe in God, right?
No.
Jabu, I believe in God, but
can I hold on? Let Jagu finish now, please.
Thank you. You see, we just had a big round where I came and I listened to what everybody had to say. And where I think it kind of ended with people saying quite various things, they kind of, without wanting to agree with my position, they all agree that Nigeria is not going in the right way. And it's not going to go in the right way in this election. So where do you land? Do you not land on the election is going to be a useless event? That's one thing. The second thing now is, do we have an understanding of where we want Nigeria to go, or what we suppose Nigeria as a country should be? Because unless we have this kind of vision, then truly we should break Nigeria up. But someone like me, I've got a vision for Nigeria. And I would like to share that vision with those who also have a vision. If you don't have a vision for Nigeria, if you don't care, you've escaped. You've escaped Nigeria, you've run away. Stay away. Stay away, dog. Stay run away.
Nigeria is beyond redemption.
Mr. James,
okay, fair enough. Then you stay away and you keep your mouth shut about Nigeria.
That's why I'm away.
Now you have to keep your mouth shut because you've got nothing to add. You're not adding to Nigeria's circumstance.
Pakistan
You've got nothing to add.
redemption. They broke away. Eritrea was.
It's okay that you've run away. It's good. It's fantastic. 100 applause. 100 applause for you. But now that you've run away and you have nothing concrete to say about Nigeria's development, emancipation for the world, then keep your mouth shut. Is your position. That's the position that you elected for yourself.
Nigeria belongs to you and me. Maybe people like you spoke Nigeria.
Nah, bro, that's all rubbish.
Yeah,
we
may have different opinions. Yeah, we may have different.
Hold on. I will let you speak next. Okay. Let me just point out that this week Trump canceled the money they give to South Africa to fight HIV. People should know that South Africa, the trade exports, and that's really my interest, across the continent, they export about $31.2 billion to other African countries. And they import only $10.9 billion from other African countries. So if this should be a policy across the continent that South Africa, since they don't want other Africans in their country, that we break up trade partnership or all the other things, they will suffer for it. The same way their performers are now suffering because their shows in Nairobi, in Kampala, and other places are being cancelled as a result of this. Okay, that's just what I want to point out. Can I go?
Thank you. So what I wanted to say is that we may have different opinion without telling each other, shut up. I don't think that language is that pleasing. But the thing, this is what I wanted to say here. I support what I agree with Mr. James, right? The South Africans, they have every right to say, you know what? We don't want these people in our country. go, right? You have your country. If you don't want to go back to your country, you have elsewhere to go. They say they don't want you. Is it by force? Now, yes, South Africans are being cancelled. And my question is, who cancelled Nigeria when Nigeria kicked Ghanaians out and said, Ghanaians, go? And we call them, Ghana must go. Who cancelled Ghana when Ghana retaliated? I think Ghana did that before Nigeria, right? And recently, Ghana did the same. And a lot of us on this platform, on this comment section, a lot supported it because they targeted one ethnic group. Matter of fact, they targeted Igbos, that Igbos must leave their country, and fellow Nigerians. Those that call themselves Nigerians agree with Ghanaians that Nigerians must, Igbos must go, must leave Ghana. Nobody cancelled Ghana. My worry with South Africa is that you want these people to go, but you are helpless. You can't even take charge of your country. If these people go, obviously the white people are going to take over your country. The same foreigners that you don't want to live in your country will still take over, but this time with different skin color, right? So, like I say, Nigeria did the same. Nobody canceled Nigeria. Ghana did the same. Some Nigerians, a lot of us here supported them because it was targeted on Igbo. So, for me, if they ask you to go, you go, just the same way. In this country, Trump is saying that some people should go, you know, and I wish the real owners of America, the real owners of America will ask Trump, you and your people, everybody leave our country. Do you understand? So you go back to wherever your ancestors come from.
Mama Chinedu could not.
Exactly. It's same Nigeria. Some people will say, go back to your Igbo land. Go back to your Igbo land. Right? The same Nigeria. The same Nigeria, they will say, leave our state, leave our region. You know? So when you support evil, whenever you support evil, don't worry. The evil is just beside, it's coming. It's coming. It will get to you. And then you start crying.
All right. Thank you.
Whatever you support, just know that you are inviting it for yourself. It will come. It will come visiting. That is what they call karma. It's coming.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. James, you want to round up or do you want to say something?
No, well, I've got nothing more to say. The only thing is that Nigerians in South Africa, they should relocate. The earlier they do, look, because, let me just say something before we go. They blame the South African police for not living up to expectation. Why people are being, attacked. The reason is this. In South Africa, during apartheid, there were a lot of illegal guns in circulation. Because if you shoot a man with a gun in South Africa, the ballisticians will be able to tell the gun that fired the shot. They've placed tens of thousands of guns on wanted lists. Now, when apartheid ended, the search still continues till today. You see the mammoth crowd you saw roaming the streets of South Africa, virtually, I don't know if I'll be mistaken, 50 to 60% of them have got pistols on their waists. Should any South African policeman be crazy enough to open fire on any of them, it's going to lead to a national revolution. There are a lot of illegal guns in South Africa. They are all armed to the teeth, those people you see roaming the streets. This is why the police was not able to do anything up till now.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sully, we're about to take a break. And when we come back, we are going to rant. You want to say something before we go on break, or you want to wait until we come back?
No, I did see some topics that actually happened over the weekend. I'm curious why.
Like which topic?
When that miscreant went to your state to go and start cloud chasing.
Oh, you mean you were talking about a very dark man?
Yeah.
Well, I think probably it didn't rise up to we mentioned so many topics, and at the end we didn't touch on them, or we won't touch on them. But let me hold on. I think I want to play a video from that, and maybe you can explain to us what this is about. There's a video that is very important that came out. I wasn't sure what was going on there.
First, let me make it very, very clear. Oyo State is not Chibok, and it will not be Chibok. We have lost men even soldiers, officers. I can confirm to you that a lieutenant in the Nigerian army was killed a few days ago.
Hey, everybody keep quiet.
Yes, so if you ask me, can I sacrifice myself for those children to come out? I will do it. I have lived a good life. I'm almost 60. It doesn't matter. My own father died at 76. But what we want to do is, this is Oyo State. They know that this is not Chibok, and our children will never be in the same situation as Chibok children. We're doing everything possible, including what you've suggested. But if there's the potential for needless loss of lives, we've lost a teacher already. If we can avoid losing more, we will avoid losing more. But if we get to the point that certain people have to be sacrificed, including myself, we will do it.
Was that Makinde?
Yes.
What was he saying? That if we get to a point where certain people have to be sacrificed, including himself, I think Nigerian politicians, they make you mad.
Opa will say the same thing now. Okay, now.
Wait. No, let me make sure I understand what happened there. He was saying that he's willing. He has lived a good life. He's willing to sacrifice himself to make sure these people are rescued. That what is holding them, my understanding is this: that what's holding them is that they are trying to see if there's a chance of not losing some people. So what he's saying is essentially that the military could storm there, and in the process they could kill most of the kids and other people that were held there. So they are trying to be careful. But if it gets to that point where people might be sacrificed, that he is willing to sacrifice, is he going to go in there and say, anyway?
No, but he put a caveat. He said, if to say I no be governor, he is a governor, so he that shielded him from the reality of what he's saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
Those guys are clowns now. They're clowns.
Yeah. So me, I don't necessarily find what Sheyi Makinde is saying is funny. It's only in Nigeria that you see that the oppressor is giving an activist for protesting against the oppressor. And Nigerians will claim they have such a high IQ, they are so smart, yet they can't read through the lines. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria will, because you like someone, the person can do no bad. Even if you see the person doing bad, you will never want to call it out, right? Just because you like the person. And then they start to wonder, how did our politicians, this kind of politicians, get there in the first position? Most of them are not different from APC supporters, but they love to insult APC supporters. They love to castigate them. At the same time, when they go behind their back, they do the same thing as APC supporters. This miscreant took him and his gang, right, paid for flights to go to Oyo State, took weapons on the road and claimed they were protesting. You say you want to fight bandits. Are bandits on the road of Oyo State? The people that don't know why you came there, that are not internet savvy, they are not on TikTok, they are not on Instagram, all the old people, they don't know what you are doing there. They don't know. So a lot of people abroad are supporting this kind of protest. But where they live in abroad, if that protest ever happens, they know that most of those people will be arrested. They know most of those kind of protests, they could never allow it abroad. But they are always pushing for what will not be allowed abroad inside Nigeria. And you see how they'll start screaming and shouting. most Nigerians, a lot of them are just terrible, terrible people. Very, very terrible people. And they will never take the kind of things that they suggest for people. Now, he went to Oyo State, that miscreant. After he did all his nonsense, you went to go and meet Seyi Makinde, who is the cause of this issue. The security money, Seyi Makinde pocketed it. The Amotekun, that was some form of state police that could have kept the case state secure, he pocketed most of the money. He underfunded the Amotekun and understaffed it and undermanaged it. So they cannot even help in the situation. You have Sunday Igboho saying that he wants to come with 50,000 men and they have better weapons. They say they want to enter the bush. They don't even need any funding. They don't need any, just need permission. Are you telling me this miscreant is not aware that Sunday Igboho has gone? So that is why I say that all this thing is a clout chasing thing. That's what he did when he came to Nigeria, claiming that the government was after him. Government that stamped his paper, gave him back his passport, gave him his luggage for him to leave the Lagos airport. He still ran on the street up and down, claiming that government is after him just because he wants to clout chase. Now, you are coming there, you are using your platform to whitewash Seyi Makinde's image, when most of the people in Oyo State are already piecing it together that this Seyi Makinde is the one that is responsible for these people being in the forest. People are joining it together. You come and you want to ruin it like you ruined Mohbad's case. Seyi Makinde is now using his platform to whitewash himself, saying that he's ready to die for Nigerians. This is the person that is responsible for those children in the bush. You claim to fight for those children, but why is it that every time you are fighting for people and it is against the government, it always ends up with the government awarding you or the government using you to wash their image every single time? Every time. It is not a coincidence. You know, you are now using the lives of my people to do your cloud chasing thing that you normally do in Abuja. And most of the people that are supporting him, they are not from the Southwest. They are not. If they love this method of chaos, why don't they push it for it in their region? They will never answer that. Like I said, they always support what they will never allow in their own space. What is not allowed where they live abroad. But as long as it is another set of people, to them, it's not real. It's like GTA. You know, you see all of them. They are in the comment section. They are supporting somebody that was in court, proving to defame another person's wife. Until today, he has not apologized for it. He continuously uses his platform to promote fake messages like he did with Showore. Till today, he has not apologized for it. These are the kind of people that Nigerians support, right? There's a guy called Scott Iguma. This guy has been talking about meeting your local government chairman, right? This guy gathered people of the community. He didn't go to protests. He went there as a community. Because once you go as a community, Nigerian politicians see you as a voting bloc. There's no Nigerian politician that will see a voting bloc and just deny them, right? They've been going continuously, back and forth. Now, he has gotten a meeting with some of the people representing the local government chairman area, and they are starting to audit their finance. And this guy is taking us through the whole process, right? Documenting everything. So that if any other Nigerians want to see it, you know, Nigerians is, they copy what they see, right? So if you are going on the streets carrying weapons, that is what they want to copy also. If you are doing things the right way, that is what they will copy also. If you have a following, you should know how to use your following. If you go to that guy's comment section, you will see Nigerians insulting him. Every effort that he makes to better his local government area, they insult him all through. Look at through the comments and look at the names of what people insulting him. Look at what Nigerians are supporting and look at what Nigerians are insulting. Then they come back and start pretending they don't know why Nigeria is such in a terrible bad state. Look at what you support. Look at what you insult. Nigerians have not suffered enough. They just don't want to do the right thing. Majority of them, I'm not saying all of them, but majority of them don't want to do the right thing. They just want to go with their emotional fuel and they just want to burn everything down once it doesn't go their way or once they are not the one oppressing other people. You know, I'm going to continue to point that example because this thing is going to end up blowing in their face. And I'm not saying Very Dark Man did not do some good things. When he protested for Wike to do street lights, to do the road lights for transportation, when he was talking about the school, this thing, yes, you are making government responsible. But there was a point in time that this guy changed. And a lot of people noticed it, but some people don't want to say the truth. And from that time, only government has been benefiting, not more only, but mostly government has been benefiting from this guy's works. That's when we started seeing him in private jets, started talking anyhow on the people, saying that, is it these people that he will fight for, that he will never fight for Nigerians? You know, all those kind of speeches, started acting, you know, proud, basically using the Oshomole method. But these Nigerians, they don't want to catch up. They don't want to say the truth just because they like the person. That's why their pastors are able to fleece them, just because they like their pastor. They don't want to say the truth. So anybody can take advantage of them. And they will rather buy, you see that in the comments, choking their own neck for somebody that has been convicted in court for doing criminal acts. That's who they support. These Nigerians that claim that government is oppressing them.
Thank you, Solid. Thank you so much. We have to wait until we come back from break. I know, Jagon, you're raising your hand. I've been here for almost 4 hours and I'm getting old. I have to take a break. When we come back, we will do the right.
How can you be getting old? Wait to know who is still a youth.
farko, the first three, I get all of people for the looking for me to hear what I'm saying. 2 days are hiding. You are not. You are 2 days. You know, never see me. Today you see me. The firstly, my name is Comrade Sanusi Saadu. The here saying the speaker in the APC National and the Republic of Nigeria. My name is Comrade Sanusi Saadu Bungudu. I'm living in Bungudu local government. I born in Bungudu local government by Masala Chilali Bungudu area. I send you the message from Bola Ahmed Tinubu because of the governor of the Zamfara state, the Dauda alone. The Tinubu, my President Muhammad Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they may give you the message. The first, I paid with those of humanity and the great respect to you, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of me, on myself, and the assistant member of APC Zamfara State chapter, want to give some good work of advance, Mr. President, the definition of the governor Dauda to APC in a major setback to your party, and we respect this move to join APC because we move your party for what Mr. President, the two is one of you accepted this defection to APC.
All right, so
Dr. Dameji, you are a great AJ, you are a great recruiter. Thanks for spotting that talent.
I'm sure very soon that picture will be behind the veil.
Yeah, is there? But I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any difference between that guy and Okpobelo.
I am looking forward to campaign for that guy as governor.
I know.
Pablo.
All right. Let's go to HP.
On a more serious note, if that guy actually express himself according to our standard, he will make the damage show.
Yeah, and he will make law for you. That guy will make law. Yeah.
We promote people so you are promoting him for all. You say now we don't see talent. I will go look for that guy. That's a potential governor of Katsina State.
There are still more topics that I didn't see you put though.
Like what?
Peter Obi's interview with.
We talked about that. At the beginning.
And then Sunday Igboho went to go and threaten the Fulani leaders.
Where?
He was in a palace. He was threatening them that if there's any other attack that is going to happen, that is going to go on full on carnage and start attacking every Fulani person that he sees.
Oh, I didn't see that. There's a video of that?
Yes, there's a video.
Okay.
I can send it to you. That guy is trying to incite something, and I've been saying it since he's even in the bush already. I'll send both videos right now.
Okay.
He's trying to incite something, and I've been saying it that Nigerians should watch him, especially now that he has the backing of Tinubu. He's trying to instigate them to do something against him so that he can now have the power to, you know, he wants a tribal war.
All
so
right.
Nigerian government needs to watch him.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ify, I'll give you, you want to say something or we go to rant?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. You've joined Mr. James. Okay, so let's go to rant, and I will start with, let's see. I think there's somebody at the back end. Okay, KJ. Let me start with KJ.
Actually, if you start with me, I will go once I drop my own.
All right. All right. Yeah. 2 minutes.
You know, I think it was in June of 1993. I don't know. Some of us on this platform were not born then. IBB made a quote, and I have it here. It says, "If I'm sleeping and I hear the Yorubas beating the drums of war, I will go back to sleep." I don't know how factual this quote is, but IBB made it. I didn't make it. So for Sunday Igboho, you know, is a coward. He can't do anything. But the thing is, he was of the opinion that you should go back to your country and fix your country. Just the same way we were asked to go back to our Igbo land and fix our Igbo land, that Lagos State is not our state. But you guys should stop making noise. You cannot choose and pick what to detest, what to speak against, and what to accept. The same way you are asking some people to leave your country. Now you've been asked to leave your state. Now you've been asked to leave someone else's country. And you are complaining. Stop. You can't eat your cake and have it, right? Now, we have a country where other countries like Ghana, Ghana and Zimbabwe, Mali, Malawi, the government made available vehicles or airplanes that pack their people from South Africa and move them back home. But in your own country, the victims are made to pay for their flight ticket. See, Dr. Damages, it's called ranting, right? But I don't have anything to rant about. Very simple. I am tired of Nigeria. I don't even have energy to discuss about Nigeria again. I wish I have such power to extinguish Nigeria. Like Nigeria will stop existing. Let everybody go and rest. Then we can't fix our problem. We have problem. Our problem is so deep that there is no solution. We have problem. Our mentality alone is very dirty. So how can you fix a country where you can never speak in unison? We all know that we have problem. And if you see someone coming to fix the problem, that person is a problem. That person is a problem because he is not speaking my language, because he is not attending my religion. He's not part of my religion. He's a problem. We come here every day. You know, before I called in, I was just looking at Dr. Damages. I was having some imagination. Like in the next 30, 40 years, I will come here with my glasses, down with my gray hair. I will see Dr. Damages with his own glasses. Like, yeah, because age has come now. You're like, what do you think about that? We'll be old and we'll come here talking about Nigeria again. See. Sorry, bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, Mr. James. You have 2 minutes to rant.
Well, I still insist that Nigerians in South Africa, they should try to relocate, because come June 30th, the government will not be able to guarantee their security. There are politicians fueling this problem. An election is coming up, I think, around November or thereabout. And it's going to be a sad, story should they decide to remain in South Africa. And secondly, we come here every day, we discuss problems, but fashioning solutions, we find it very difficult. There are two things I want to suggest. I was on Gloria Elijah's show today, just before this program started, and I suggested something. The Nigerian military and the Nigerian police force they've both been compromised. There's nothing they will plan that will not leak. So if Nigeria is to exist as a country, we need to dismember the two organizations, pay the whole of them off, pay them their gratuity and everything. We set up a new police force, a new military establishment. I know that is impossible. The powers that be will never subscribe to that. So I'm suggesting the leaders of thought in each ethnic group should be collaborating with neighboring ethnic groups on what to do should the center collapse. If the center can no longer hold, they should be collaborating on what to do to attain self-governing status, because we don't want to slide into the kind of problem Southern Sudan slided into. So now is the time to work out the modalities. The people in the Middle Belt, how will they organize themselves? The Westerners, of course, their problem is they have lesser problems because of their homogeneity. The Easterners and the coastal minorities, this is the time for them to sit down behind the scene, work out the modalities. Should the country continue to exist as one, it's fine. They forget all about the plans. But should we find ourselves in a precarious situation, we know the way out of it, in order for the people not to suffer unnecessarily. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Let's go to Mazi Apara.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you very much. If you, my sister, thank you for coming here. Doctor, you know, I just Googled my state in Germany here is called North Rhine-Westphalia. It's the biggest state anywhere in Germany. It's about 18 million people. And the budget for education is 45 billion euros. Only for education. 45 billion. And I just Googled Nigeria, budget for education in Nigeria 2026 is about let's say $2 billion. You see where we are? A state in Germany is budgeting 45 billion for education. And the whole country of 200-something million, though we don't know exactly how many we are in Nigeria in 2026, is budgeting let's say $2 billion for education, both primary, secondary, and tertiary education. And you tell me that we are serious? We are not. We are not serious people. If anybody is telling that Nigeria is serious, we are not. Okay, now you look at how they destroyed education system in Nigeria. You see them posting in London with their children graduating from universities in London and America. Why education system in Nigeria is nothing to talk about. We are here today because we had, or let's say I had little education. Doctor, you are more than you reached at least the peak of education. But I did not. But I'm grateful that the one I got, I can travel with it. I can express myself with it. It's no longer like that in Nigeria. Education. Why you see America progressing, Germany progressing, Japan progressing is because they focus on education. Uneducated country people are like in animals. That's why you see people behaving like animals in Africa, mostly in Sub-Saharan Africa, because we are not educated. We are not exposed. So these people who are ruling, in fact, Dele Foratomi called them ruling class. They have ruined everywhere. They have ruined the whole system. No system is working in Nigeria. No system. Both education, health, nothing is working. My solution is that let these people come together and decide way out. The only way out is to call for a national conference, sovereign conference. Let the people who want to belong to Nigeria remain in Nigeria. Those people who want to, opt out from Nigeria, opt out from Nigeria. The way I look at it is that the last time Nigeria meeting was on Aburi Accord. I watched a television, this BBC documentary on Surviving Africa. If you watch that documentary, you know that Ojukwu was a visionary. Unfortunately, people who are today clamoring for Oduduwa Republic, they didn't see what Ojukwu saw, because you cannot force people together, people that have we have different value systems, we speak different languages, everything is different. You force them together and you expect that country to progress. It's not going to progress. Do you know why the military is not? Do you know why the military is not working? Because those people, if you send a Yoruba man or an Igbo man to Borno State, he doesn't understand Kanuri or Hausa. So, and they'll communicate with Hausa people, you'll be lost. That's why you see them losing the war, because they don't speak the same language. In the military, it's not English as is spoken in those places. They speak their local language. That's why when you send a southerner there, they will get lost and they will become victims. Let these people calm down. Let us discuss. The renegotiate Nigeria is not working. P2P is not a solution for new Nigeria. New Nigeria is not possible with P2P. I've said it before, and I'm continuing to say, new Nigeria is not possible with P2P. Nothing is possible until we have to come and discuss our differences. Otherwise, we are wasting our time. Thank you from here.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Apara. Let's see. Let's go to Akudike. Then I'll come to KJ.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Yeah, we are ranting. So my rant today will be, in as much as I don't want to sound nihilistic, right? But a longitudinal study of the present Nigerian dispensation brings forth a very bleak result, right? And for that reason, I've come here to call out people that come here to intentionally mislead Nigerians because of what I may call a vested interest in the present Nigerian dispensation. People like this will never accept the existential realities in Nigeria because of what I would call their hatred for ideas from a different perspective or group. As a Nigerian, if you are listening to clowns like that, the joke is on you. If you listen to them, their ideas will make you vulnerable, to make you two things, vulnerable and passive, until the terrorists unalive you and run over your homes. You will be sacrificed on the altar of one Nigeria and individual interest. It has happened in the past. It is happening before our eyes now, and nothing is being done about it. Be very careful. These people will always bring about solutions that are very far from being feasible. They know what they are doing. I used to think that maybe they were talking from a patriotic point of view. No, these people are intentionally lying to you, right? Their lies are aimed at your mental side. Their lies are aimed at your mental side. Don't listen to clowns like this. They want to just protect the interest of the government in power because they have vested interest. Like I said earlier, I dare you as Nigerians to defend yourselves. Don't run away. Join your local vigilantes. Arm yourself legally. Stand tall and defend yourselves, because this thing is not going to stop. Right? It's not going to stop. Do not die in their complicity, because those that will sacrifice you will come online here and gaslight those that will try to talk about you. They will gaslight them. And if you try to keep them on the topic, when they try to deviate, they will call you a hater of Nigeria. Do not die in their complicity. Do not fall for their propaganda. That their propaganda, I will repeat it, is aimed at your mental side. Remember, it is grossly irresponsible to leave your responsibilities for God. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Akudike. Let's go to KJ.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Today have been worthwhile, and I enjoyed the discourse so far. Welcome to see Ife. God bless you. All right. Having said that, I want to say I concur with the last speaker. I'm not trying to I'm just trying to say, look, these things are deliberate. You see, if you listen to what the Oyo state governor was saying, you find out that he was actually saying nothing at all. Nothing. The guy is full of nothing. See, these are the people who have elected as leaders. And just before anybody would think I'm taking on him because from the Southwest, because people like to spin words here. We used to have an Okeze Ikpazu who said that he brought development, Mr. Biggs, to Aba as one of the developments in Aba. See, before you became governor, there was no Mr. Biggs. Now they have Mr. Biggs. So these are the kind of people we have elected. Let me put this on record. Rudolph, go and read. Maybe I'm wrong. Since Nigeria became independent today, we have not solved one problem. Is there any problem that has come up in Nigeria we have solved? If there's anyone, please remind me. One, not electricity, not road, not hospital, not education, not even unity. We have not solved one. But people are quick to defend and say we are moving forward. How can you be moving forward when you don't even know where you're moving to? What is the roadmap to where we're going? What makes a nation that we are pursuing? What's our goal? I dare to say, anybody can come and prove me wrong, that the military government, when they were in power, even did much better than our so-called civilian governments. Because during our military government, Nigerian students had bursary. It was called bursary. My elder brothers and the rest enjoyed it. The NYSC was well organized with complete good uniform. Their uniform was second to none. Those who, in fact, my uncle's hat, still he has a plume on it. That was how the NYSC this thing. So we are all looking forward to serving NYSC. So we'll have that, that cap. But when we got to NYSC, we didn't have that kind of cap. In fact, what they wear now looks like the one they left in the garage. Some of the uniforms are so terribly sewn that you'll be wondering whether a carpenter sew them. So every institution that seemed to be will have helped the national, cohesion have been scattered, have been destroyed. The army had been destroyed. Before you can hardly find, tribal segregation in the army, but now it exists. In fact, a friend of mine told me a very frightening story. He was giving command to a younger officer who is from the north. I may not call tribe now before they will come for me. The guy refused to take his command. He refused. This is a way junior officer, what we'll call in the army NCO, non-commissioned officers, now refusing to take order from a lieutenant. So you can imagine how it is. In his lifetime, he may never get to the rank of a lieutenant. But because of who he knows and the side which he comes, he refused to take orders. What are they going to do to him? So we are building a nation, and unfortunately, the younger ones are seeing what we are doing, that we don't see where it's going to end up. Because even now, the younger ones are quick to defend whatever they are seeing as the right thing. Okay? When we were growing up, was it that there was no corruption? There was. But when you went to school, you segregate yourself from those people whose parents, you read them in the newspaper, they are corrupt. You don't want to go near them. Okay? You don't want to go near, you're not even friends with them, because you look at them and say, these are people who are eating Nigerian money. You people kind of, shield yourself away from them. That doesn't happen now. You call them and become friends. So you enjoy the Nigerian money. You fly about in presidential jets. When we are growing up, I'm just telling you, when we are growing up, we had gone to swim in the government house. And unfortunately, a child drowned in that swimming pool. The governor shut down his government house, swimming pool. Till today, as I talk to you. It was not the fault of the people, the guards. It was not the fault of anybody there. But he shut it down. Till today, that place was shut down till today as I talk to you. That was how Nigerians viewed people's lives. It was taken seriously. It was not something that you played with. We gave some kind of concern for what people and who they are and what is important. But today, that same Nigeria a governor comes and tells you that if he needs be, he will lead the charge, because he knows he never get to lead the charge. When he finished making that his so-called statement, the children are still in the bush till today. That's the end. VBM have gone. The press have gone. Life returns to normal. The siren blows again. That is what we are witnessing. The only thing we have been able to advance in Nigeria is that we're no longer using 504, as official vehicles. We are now buying, the Lexus and the Toyota, Land Cruisers. When our parents were in, it was 504, GL or SR, depending on what is your rank, which was manufactured in Nigeria, which was in less than 7,000 naira. I can still remember. The B2, which we had one, I learned to drive with B2. It was 2,800 naira that was bought. I still remember very well when my uncle went to buy it. But today, we are telling story as if it was when Nnamdi Azikiwe was a small boy. This is just in the 80s here. Just in the 80s. So we have constantly known that the situation, the country is going backwards, but instead of us addressing what we are supposed to be addressing, we are there playing tribalism, playing nepotism, playing political allegiance. That is why stupid Omai can go to the East and be singing stupid songs. And in fact, Rudolph, I'll invest with you. Your uncle, the professor, I wish I can find him. I'm telling you the truth. Soludo have become something else that we don't. Who gave him professor? Just today, I was shouted alone in my house here. Who gave this man professor? Who gave him?
What did he do?
Oh, you didn't hear the speech he made in Ebonyi State?
We played it here.
Who else would have made that kind of? Is there any leader of any region in Nigeria that will have made that kind of speech to their people, even when they think the obvious is the case? Nobody. So these are the kind of leadership that we have got. They are not responsible to their people. They are not responsible to Nigeria. They are not responsible to anybody but themselves. So my advice, I'll end on this. I don't want to take on him, but look, you see, my late father used to say something. You have to before gachawagu. If you want to go and check where the native doctor used to put his pot, you have to be sure of what you are holding. Now he has gone to native doctor. Now the native doctors are now, you understand. You can see his son. Okay, let me leave it there. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Forefathers, welcome to the show. Forefathers, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Just in case you can hear us, we can't hear you. All right, we skip you and we'll be right back. When you fix that, we will bring you back in. Let's hear from Jagun. Jagun, we're ranting. Yeah, go ahead.
It's I wanted to make sure I was here for the rant.
Yeah.
I just slipped out during break and I'm a bit late coming back. And I never chopped properly.
Anyway. Sorry, can you hear
Forefathers, hold on. Let Jagun finish. We can hear you now, but hold on. Let's Jagun finish. Go ahead, Jagun.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what we've been seeing of late. There's a program, a podcast, a very good one, I think, coming from two African Americans or two Nigerian Americans, Godfrey being one of them, the comedian, and the other one being Akbar Bajamila, the old American football star. They do a podcast dealing with a lot of Africans and particularly Nigerians in America who have some level of notoriety within the entertainment world mainly, but Nigerians and Africans nevertheless. In the last couple of weeks, they've had David Oyelowo, and they've had Gina Yashere of late as well. and I've enjoyed both of the programs. There's something that really irritates me about this generation of African Americans. I think they are the weakest of Black people around the world in terms of their knowledge of what's going on in the rest of the Black world, and in terms of their backbone. Their backbone is very weak. They can take no critique or criticism. And I thoroughly, they really dislike me. I get on a lot of shows with them, and I lambast them worse than I lambast on this show. Much worse, because they are suffering from critical imbalances. Anyway, the last thing that they've been complaining about, David Oyelowo went on the show, and I'm not his biggest fan, but he said so many positive things about us as a Black people, about the Black world from his understanding, about the issue that goes on between Black England and Black America via the actors, in terms of the Black English people taking roles from Black Americans, which is not the case. The case is that we Black English, we can do the American accent, and the Black Americans, they have no way of doing a British accent. They don't have it in them. They've done shows depicting Black English and their accent, including people as good as Denzel, Nobby Washington. Yeah, as good as him. When you hear him do a British accent, it's just trash, rubbish. You know, it's just rubbish. I mean, really rubbish. Anyway, in as much as this is the case, he brought these things up, and David Oyelowo is doing so much in Nigeria that I was not aware of. He spoke about his life and what he's been through, and it was interesting. And it was a full 2.5 hours. One of the things he mentioned now, they were asking, because our Godfrey, he's fantastic at accents, I must say. And he's the best at doing Donald Trump. You know, prior to him being good at doing Donald Trump, there was another Black American who was very good at it. Again, his name slips my mind. I'm really bad with names in terms of my memory. Please forgive me. But there was one guy who used to do it fantastically well. He's quite well known. We all know him. Jamie Foxx. Is it? Yeah.
Young Fox. Yeah.
He was fantastic at doing it. But this Godfrey is topped him. He's very, very, very good. And I like Godfrey, even though he's extremely opinionated. Anyway, David Oyelowo now was asked from the fact that he's done so many American roles, he was asked to do the accent of a Southern Black American. And he first highlighted that he's not a comedian like Godfrey, and he's not as good as accents as Godfrey is. And when he learns how to do an American accent from the East, West, or South, by the time he's finished the show, he makes sure he doesn't bring that home. He drops the accent to be able to fulfill the next role he may have. So he explained things. And then he attempted. And his attempt was, he was depicting that if you speak quickly in a Nigerian accent, if you speak in a Nigerian accent, and you're speaking in a quick way and everything is going smoothly, as you begin to slow down, it would enter into a Southern American drawl. Now, this, when he did it, I thought, I didn't think too much of it. I didn't think it was that funny, but I liked the fact that he was confident enough to do what he did. In any case, this has now broken the back of Black Americans again. They said, did you see how David Oyelowo was talking about us, Southern drawl, this, that, and the other, complaining bitterly until they're making shows of something so small. And I get this a lot from African Americans. They have no understanding of what the Black family is today. They are not like their forebears, who basically, for most of the Black world, understand and appreciate what Black America has done for the Black world. They've stepped forward. they have been in the front line, as it were, in so many aspects. They have made us proud in so many aspects, but they know nothing about us. When they call Caribbean people, Brazilian blacks, African blacks, and British black people, they call us tethers, that we hang on to their culture. And I think, what the hell are you talking about, you idiot? Do you know what culture is? Are you aware of what culture is? You can't tell me anything. You can't tell me anything. So I'm very disappointed at you Americans, and I hope you black Nigerians aren't as stupid as the black Americans of this generation are. I hope that you are using some level of consciousness to still appreciate that we are a black family across this planet, and we are at war with everybody who is not us. And we understand what it is to come together. I wish this our guy was around, because I would be interested in what he would have to say about such. But I'm completely disappointed with this hip hop generation of black idiots coming out of America. So you black Nigerians, you better be careful. Though. Don't go and join in with rubbish. Yes, well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I used to be kind of take issues with jargon whenever he uses rubbish, but I tend to enjoy it now when I hear rubbish. It tells me that he's about to end. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond on what Mr. Jargon said. You know, it's just a very tiny minority of the black Americans. It's being pushed by Tariq Nasheed because it's financially benefiting from it. And just like I said with VDM's case, immediately he came out of EFCC office, he changed. Immediately the FBI carried Tariq Nasheed. You know, he suddenly changed, you know, he started pushing different separatist messages and stuff like that. Yes. All these things are not coincidences. So me, I believe that we as Nigerians, you know, the black Americans, they have their reasons for pushing back. A lot of Nigerians tend to undermine them for the white man. Yeah, there are a lot of Nigerians that will undermine you for white people because they believe that white man good, black man bad. You know, they undermine them in political narratives that should benefit the, you know, black Americans. They do a lot of undermining. Let's be honest with ourselves. You know, we Nigerians were just used to it. They will see it as betrayal. You know, so we can't really blame them. At the end of the day,
I blame them all. Even though you're right in terms of the fact that there is definitely a CIA thing, even in South Africa, you can see that there is a CIA plot behind a lot of the xenophobia that goes on. And this is why we need to stay together. We can't begin to enter in these people's frame of mind, which is why I was quite upset with what Uncle James had to say about South Africans. I don't think he's necessarily up to date with this black consciousness that we have and how important it is. It's so important for us. But because we don't know what's happening in this world, and we don't seem to realize that anything that goes on in the African continent, the British and the Westerners have so much to do with undermining us. And it's for a reason. And I don't like that we don't understand this. I beg your pardon.
Well, I believe that in order to be able to help others, we need to be able to help ourselves too. All that $60 billion that Obasanjo, with his Ovasabi, went to go and give South Africa. Are you telling us that all the projects in Nigeria had finished, and because of black unity, went to go and save those miscreants in South Africa? We've never benefited from helping any of these black people outside Nigeria. I'll put Liberia as an exception because it was going to affect us. But you know, let's go home, let's fix our home, then we'll be able to help others. You can't be doing unity when you have no foundation. You know, that's just how I see it.
All right, thank you. Let's go to
Dr. Damages, you haven't played the videos.
Oh, was I supposed to play a video?
Yeah, I sent you the I should send
I thought it was for me to look at first. We normally
because I want to use it to respond to Kene. I've been patiently waiting, and I hope he's still watching.
All right. He will be watching. Yeah, he will come back and watch it. But no, I'll come back to you. You won't be ranting now. Let's go to Forefathers while I look at the video. Forefathers, go ahead.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me on the platform. Greetings, all the panelists.
Greetings to the chat and to the viewers. I guess I will start from Nigeria. I guess from what I can see in Nigeria, I don't know why we always like to blame everybody else. Ultimately, we are responsible for our fate here in the country. And people like to say that the government rigs everything, but we don't hold our own person accountable. Like if I look at the way P2B and Atiku and all the rest have conducted themselves, the first 2023, and they've conducted themselves again now, they are setting themselves up, or at least setting the platform for the government to rig it again. Because how can you have an opportunity to beat a government knowing that all of you got 60-something% of the vote the last time, and you just squandered it? Like, why? Why would anybody do that? Even if they decide that, you know what, we are all going to share the money, but you can't even come together and say, let's share the money when we get into office. They can't even do that. That's how incompetent they are. And so if Tinubu returns in office, it just tells you that Nigeria is lacking good quality leadership. And we are going to be cursed with 16 years of absentee leadership in Nigeria, whereby they barely even talk to Nigerians. I don't know the last time Tinubu spoke to Nigerians. I think that was on Democracy Day. He hardly spoke to Nigerians at all. And you look at how somebody that I met in Nigeria was saying that the House of Representatives, that they barely even come to work. They barely even show up there because all they do is come and share money. The entire thing, the way the country is being run, the only reason why the country seems to be ticking is because of private enterprise. Right now, at least the government is not getting in their way anymore, like they tried to get in the way of Dangote refinery. Bua refinery should be coming on stream too, and I think they should sell the country's refineries. Clearly, Nigerians are too corrupt to be able to run anything. The only incentive Nigerians have to do anything is when they have a direct stake in it. When it is their thing, that is why private enterprise is the solution to our predicament. I've seen it, and you cannot believe when Nigerians believe something is theirs, the way they work hard to protect it, they do everything, but if it's not theirs, they are looking to destroy it. You can even see, like, even a simple app like Bolt that people will call for taxi. And Nigerians, almost every single driver doesn't want Bolt to get paid from the app. They want you to pay them cash so that they decide what to give Bolt. Until they kill that one again, then you don't have Bolt, another one will come again. So it's like we run the systems down. That's Bolt is supposed to be a system that was put in place for people to be able to call taxis and drivers earn a bit of money. Not that they were not earning money, just that they are concerned that they are not earning enough money. So they would rather not pay Bolt the commission that Bolt works. And that is a kind of symbol for how Nigerians behave. It's ridiculous. And one of my experiences that I had was, I literally, because every Bolt driver was saying the same thing. Then one of them, I challenged him. I said, why are you asking to be paid in cash? If all of you are paid in cash and you don't have Bolt anymore, who is going to organize you people anymore? And he got a bit flustered and started saying, no, that's not the point and all the rest of it. And I got to meet this guy. It turns out that he was a very nice guy, highly educated, somebody that is working in high place institution in Nigeria. He said the reason why he came to pick me up was because that is the kind of thing he wants to be, but that's not what he was doing. Because I questioned him, I said, why are you asking to collect cash? Because if you kill Bolt today, tomorrow you will not have Bolt. That's how we kill everything. We kill our own refinery. We kill everything. And when they say we don't solve problem, we solve problem. It's just that we keep destroying it. Everything we build, we destroy. We find a way to destroy it. And all the things that we built so far, if we don't take care of it, if we don't protect it, it's going to be destroyed too. The same thing goes with national security. They keep kidnapping people left and right. Generals are dying in prison. And we all know the solution, but some of us will be happier to say, let the nation dissolve first before you protect your own people's lives. This will break the nation up, break the nation up. You would rather break the nation up than protect your people first. Personally, I don't understand how human beings can think like that and go with clear conscience. Many of them are in these foreign countries where they call police will show up in 5-10 minutes. What kind of wicked person is that? Every day you come on this platform, they tell you that those people that got kidnapped, that or your state one where they got kidnapped, there is nobody protecting them. If there was no one there protecting them, how do you expect them not to get kidnapped? And when they tell you that you should recruit people to go there, many of you are one of the first to say, oh no, don't do that, let's break up the country. How is that your solution? Because the country you are going to break up into, is it going to be any better than Cameroon? Because Cameroon is not part of Nigeria. Is it going to be better than Benin Republic? They are not part of Nigeria. I don't know where we think this logic is going to get us, other than fixing the country that you have already that has such great potential. Nigeria, say whatever you like. Nigeria is one of the most selfless nations in the world. So the people themselves are very ingenious, because that same driver that almost did that stuff, the reason why he takes this boat was to get to work. He wants to get to work and not have to pay with his own salary to travel. So he does both. Where our people hustle, they do this, and you see people, they are working from their workplace. If they see an empty field, they will go and farm it. Nigerians do that. In the Federal Capital Territory, not in the village, in the Federal Capital Territory, they will go and farm it. Nigerians look for every niche to earn a living. That is a good thing. But this thing that we do to destroy every system we put in place is not going to get us anywhere. You keep wishing that your country gets dissolved, gets broken, costs the nation, and all that, because you can't be bothered to do the hard work of just thinking a little bit about the solutions of your country. If you force your government to recruit people to secure the country, you will not have that problem. You'll be going to Nigeria and enjoying yourself like everyone else. They know the problem and they tell you what the problem is, and you don't force them to do what they promise in their own elections. And tomorrow you start saying that, oh, the government are corrupt, they are supposed to know what to do. They are not supposed to know what to do. This is what democracy is all about. If you don't pressure them, look at Trump now. They are pressuring him. Now he's beginning to turn face against he's changed the whole way he's behaving towards Israel. You will force even Trump, that has been bribed to the hilt by these Zionist lobbyists, is turning against them now because the population has turned against him. If you turn against your government, then you will force them to change their stance. J.D. Vance is coming on TV to tell Israel, without America, you wouldn't. Trump was telling them, without America, you wouldn't even exist. There was a time no American president will ever say anything like that on TV. But now they are saying it openly to Israel. Something they will never do, because they see the poll. The people have turned on them. That's the same thing is going to happen in Nigeria. If the people turn on the government and tell them, if you don't recruit to secure this country, you will see they'll quickly do it. This is democracy. And this is why sometimes I take what Solly says about Nigerians have not suffered enough. We will not see fire enough. That's why we think we have the luxury of keep talking about things that are completely irrelevant to the reasons why people are getting kidnapped. The structure of your system is not the reason why you are not secure. The corruption in your system is not the reason why you are not secure. Because all countries have these problems. Why is it that their own is secure? The only difference is that they don't have. Is Nigeria not corrupt? Why is it that the cities are more secure? Even without that corruption, why is it that the cities are more secure? It's just people you need in those places where they are busy kidnapping our people, abusing our women, children, name it. I'm fed up of just hearing people come here every weekend talking about breaking up the country when they have not even done even the minimum to say get people there to secure the people. And about what Jago said about African Americans, I really don't buy that. The idea that African Americans are some of
how can you buy when you have no money? Go and sit down somewhere.
Hold on, calm down. See, calm down there. The guy can criticize you a little bit, and you just start losing your ropes. See, I don't buy what you're saying about African Americans, because I actually think that they have some of, apart from the Rastafarian Jamaicans.
Say your own opinion, and we are here to say our own opinion. Say your own opinion, okay? Please.
I'm saying my own opinion now.
Yes, but you don't criticize people who utter their own opinion here. I utter my own opinion. Say your own opinion.
I'm not talking
about the thing is that forefathers has had far long time,
just let me finish what
longer
I'm
than
saying.
me.
They just rang the bell and you kept interrupting me. I've not been here for a while now. Don't you miss me? Whatever.
At all, my brother.
You've been talking for all this while. I just came here. You just will let me talk. So, but about the African American thing that you're saying, I really don't buy that. Apart from the Rastafarians in Jamaica that has unflinching loyalty to the continent, African Americans see the divide far more than we do. They can tell if half of Nigerians, what is half? 10% of Nigerians have their mindset, they will know full well that they are being taken advantage of, and Nigerians will be far better off than where we are right now. Because the way we behave
that's not my comparison.
People are. Anyway. Yes, I hear what you are saying. You are talking about the way.
I said this generation,
the actor. Yeah, okay. My point is that whether this generation or previous generations, they are still more aware of our predicament than the continent. Is it not the continent that is going to vote Jagaban in? Is it not the continent that is allowing a BA to remain in office in Cameroon? What have you seen the state of the continent? So if you look at them, I'm not saying that they are just naturally that way. It's because of their proximity to the people that actually control our affairs. They are more aware of our predicament. And one of the things that frustrates them with Africans when we go over there, we go and undermine them and they watch us do stupid things, undermine our own security. And I tell you, our people, we are one of our own worst enemy. Was many of us not welcoming Trump to bomb Nigeria? They were welcoming Trump. They don't even know what Trump is going to do to Nigeria when he comes to Nigeria. They are saying, come, it's better than what we have now. How do you know it's better than what you have now? How do you know? What if he decides that he's going to destroy everything he sees there? You don't know. You just welcome somebody to come and destroy your country for you. And then when the consequences come, you start saying, oh, yeah, it's by mistake. So my point is that African Americans are far more aware than many of us are within our country. Many of us are our own worst enemies because we prefer Oyibo things than our own. And we put every time they tell us that, oh, we should fight our own neighbor, we are all too happy to do it. That's the scariest thing. Many of us will talk about Northerners and talk about this is Southwesterners. How about us in the Southeast? How about the way we behave too? We are all compromised people. We should do better than what we are doing right now. And like I said, our problem is quite simple. Let me say this to just round up. Nigeria, whether we like it or not, if the fear of Dangote doesn't come to fruition, which is we Nigerians start fighting each other, or the Nigerian government does something crazy like Tinubu did in 2023, Nigeria is going to grow. The Nigerian currency is going to get stronger. I did predict it years ago that the Nigerian currency is going to get stronger because of Dangote refinery, and it did get stronger. If Bua refinery comes on stream, it's going to get even stronger. If Dangote refinery starts producing 1.4 million liters a day, barrel of petroleum a day, the Nigerian currency is going to even get stronger. The question is, if we as a people are not going to find a way to destroy it, and not listen to foreigners to tell us what we need to do to better our own country. Thank you.
All right.
Let me ask you something. Good evening. So are you talking about monopolization here? Because you keep saying Dangote. So are you saying that we're going to handle Dangote literally is going to monopolize everything? Is that what you're trying to say?
Another 5 minutes.
I mentioned Bua. He left for me. I will have 20 Dangotes.
Hold on. You know the problem we have in Nigeria. Why did they silence Ibeto? Why did they silence Ibeto's statement? Why is it only Dangote and Boasim? You see, hold on. That's okay until you get to my turn. Thank you. Go ahead, Papudo.
If I may, Dr. Damages, before anyone comes on, you know that he He joined my statement, and he didn't answer any of it. He just spoke his point of view on Black Americans. He didn't tackle only our man Sully was accurate in what he had to say against what I had to say. Our friend who likes to open his mouth all the time said nothing about what I said. He's not on point. However, I would like to have a challenge with forefathers in terms of a debate about what it is I'm speaking about. I'll trounce him, and maybe he won't appear anymore. But that is my quote to you.
All right.
Give me any Friday. I'll deal with him.
Forefathers, are you open Friday? This coming Friday, Jagun is open.
You know, I don't want to be, you know, unkind to
troused. You don't want to be troused. I understand.
If
you want to continue talking nonsense.
Jago, you are going to regret it. You know you will regret it. No, don't walk into this.
All right, you two have my email or my contacts. Reach out to me if you want to.
Paul Father will not contact you. Don't worry about it.
Look at that.
KJ, you want to say something? We have to hurry. I have to.
Yes, I want to tell Forefather that despite all he has mentioned, there was, to add to what Ife was saying, there was a Benue cement factory, BCC, that was quite big and was working. It was also sold to Dangote. It was crashed. So don't tell us about these things they're talking about. We know at least much more.
Those are market forces. If you fail, you fail.
No, it's not any market forces.
Others survive.
Go and sit down, Forefather. Go and sit down.
Right. Is it not Arthur Eze that is a billionaire today? You go, he's a Nigerian man or somebody from Shekiri go to complain that Arthur Eze has oil companies and all the rest. See,
you see, that's what
right? And somebody, you are the one making it about tribe. I'm telling you that we need billionaires.
It's not in the southeast. BCC cement factory is in Boko. Boko is in Benue State. Yeah. It's the biggest cement factory in Africa.
What is the
sold
point?
To him, and it ended. What are you saying?
Is Dangote doing badly? Is he not selling you cement? Is he not giving you oil, petroleum product? What else do you want? If you can produce another person that can do good mining, see, you have to understand. We as Nigerians, we destroy everything we create. You need private enterprise to do the job. No, this point is very, very important because when Nigerians run anything, we run it to the ground. We need private enterprise to actually run it because they have profit incentive to run it well.
If I apply for license for cement or sugar or any of these products, would they give it to me in Nigeria? Absolutely
no.
Absolutely
you will not get it now because the market is already saturated.
Excuse me.
Go and sell sugar now. Go and sell sugar.
Come on now. Oga, pack one side.
No, you are free to go and sell sugar if you want to sell sugar.
Okay, guys. Sorry, I'll say this and I'll short. Forefather, my problem with you is that there's so much problem going on in England. You never bring it up. You're concerned about America and the rest. Why don't you talk about what's going on in England and all the politics going on? Why? Always you will find what to say, even though you don't understand the American politics.
Crying for you
find a way to say something about American politics. Tell us about England.
Tell us about England. No, let me just say this quickly. KJ's beloved is fighting another KJ's beloved. KJ beloves Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is beating Israel, another of his beloved. And now he's concerned that I'm commenting on it. Is it not Donald Trump that said, without America, Israel will not exist?
You always like to conjure, so go ahead and conjure.
You're crying about it.
Hold on. There's a question for you, but we're not going to get into that now. I'll get you to address it. It's on the screen later on. But let me get to other people so that we can quickly round up. So I think the next person I will call on, I see Dexter. It's only Dexter, Ovie, and Sully and Ife. So let's start with let me start with Dexter so that I have your video or Sully, so I'll play that very soon. Dexter, go ahead after you Sully. Okay.
Yeah, I thought Forefathers show had already started.
Huh?
I thought Forefathers show had already started.
No,
giving us some epistles. Okay. Yeah, and Dr. Damage, you have this special love for Sully because it seems like he's the next generation. I'm actually 21. You know, so I'm going 21.
I'm looking at it on your forehead. I see that on your forehead.
Don't worry, don't worry about that. My cousins were already bowed at 18, so just anyway, Sha, so yeah. Speaking about you know, they normally say anything people don't understand, the kind of time tend to destroy. You know, so maybe we should just accept that the progress of Nigeria will not be in our generation and our time, because you can't reinforce failure. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. If we, what people don't really realize, I think many Nigerians really don't have anything against the present administration. They don't really have anything against it. The point is that the process through which the present government came into power was really bad, terribly flawed and corrupt. That the people have just rejected. You know, for democracy to work, you need legitimacy. You know, if you don't have legitimacy, whatever you are doing, the people don't really care about it. You know, it's just like if a thief comes to your house, robs you, then the same thief now wants to say he'll be taking care of you. It won't go down well with you. You will just not accept it. No matter how well that thief tries to treat you, you just want that thief out of your house. And I think that's what this administration kind of don't really, you know, the people that support this administration don't really get. And, you know, when I see people supporting it, it means that maybe our minds are not yet developed enough, you know. Another thing is importing, you know, there's a tendency that when you go somewhere, you see what works, you just want to superimpose it on your own structure. But when you find out that your own structure doesn't have the foundations to take it, like some things for you can't impose those things. You have been living in the UK for a long time and you have seen how things work. And you think you can just superimpose it on the Nigerian structure. And the Nigerian foundation doesn't match what you want to superimpose on it. It's not going to work. You know, and so maybe, I just say maybe because it appears that we are so fixated on, you know, the skies we want Nigeria to be in. And we forget that for you to build a skyscraper, you need to start from a very, 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 very solid foundation. You need to pile down, you know, create a very good basket for that skyscraper you want to build. You can't hang the building up and just start, you know, have to start from the foundation. And the Nigerian foundation is abysmal. We have to accept it and say that's the truth. And this present administration and administrations before them have not done anything to unite the country. You go to many countries that are progressing, they can unite under one goal, one common cause. The only common cause Nigerians can unite under is football. Whether we like it, that is all. Outside sports, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. Even in academics, we can't unite. You know, even in the sports we're looking at now, it's becoming fractured because the fractures are running in there. You know, so I mean, maybe, just maybe, you know, maybe not in our generation, you know, but doesn't mean that we will stop fighting. You know, we have to stop fighting. People like Dr. Damages need to keep putting out issues. People like Dele need to keep writing. You know, because the next generation will come and look, what did we do? And we need to keep on talking. You know? And as much as the elections look like it's going to just be a show of shame, doesn't mean that we won't go out there. Because I think what this administration is trying to do with the Ekiti election is to just make people distraught and say, we will not go and vote. And then they will just swear in the president. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. That's the 3 minutes that we said the rant should be. All right, who is the next person? I think I'm going to Vie. Oh, no, Sully and then Ovie. And then Ife. Okay, Sully, before you start, you wanted me to play this video. So let's see if I still have it. Okay, this is it.
Hello?
I can hear you.
What's going on?
You can speak. I think Dr. Damages is frozen or something. No,
He's not frozen. He's looking for the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not playing?
No, it's not playing.
No.
Oh.
Nice. We're just looking at you, frozen.
Oh.
And
no,
so,
I was looking at the video. I was watching it, and I didn't know
please
you
say
guys were
hello.
listening. Okay,
Please say
let me
hello.
do
I
it
want to
again.
say, is me you're looking for?
Okay, sorry guys. Let me.
So everybody are back. Kuma say about house.
Como assim? Vai, usa. Kana já usa. Ba usa.
Ni so ni bana junior ba.
Olong ba usa. Kana já usa.
Inaji.
Kana ji. Olong ba usa. Ebi wo ba usa tata. Ina sunanka? Mama. Mama. Muhammad. Mo ina sunanka. So te fẹ́ mọ ọdún tó ti wà níbi tán ti lé àwọn bàbá kó gbé báyìí. Okay. Ẹ jẹ́ ká rí àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n jí kó gbé náà kí n déètè ní ní oní ní 19 àbí ẹ jẹ́ ká rí àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n jí kó tán náà nígbà bá wà àwọn jáde tán gbogbo la máa lékùn nùgbò.
All right. So.
Yeah, there's still another video.
Oh, okay.
So in the first video, I'll just interpret in case people watch it later. The first video, he went to go and see, I don't know if it's their leader or whatever in their palace, and he was telling them that if any other person is being kidnapped, that is going to enter the bush, and anybody that he sees that is Fulani, they are going to wipe them out totally. Then this video that you played, he was talking to one Fulani person. He was just having conversation. Then when he was leaving the place, he was telling his guys that, see, look at them, look at all their cows. That once they rescue those children, that they are going to invade that forest and wipe out all of them. That's what he was saying in that video that you just played. So Kene was there saying that, I think it's IBB or whoever I said. I said, well, when he hears the Yoruba people playing drum, that he's just going to sleep. Yet Tinubu is dealing with all his people. He's dealing with that person that made that statement, dealing with all his people in this current administration. The reason why I say this Sunday Ogwe is very dangerous is the last time when Buhari was president, this guy and his people went on the street, and anybody that looked like a northerner, they started beating them and attacking them. That people had to start speaking Yoruba and start saying that they are Yoruba, or even the ones wearing hijab, that they shouldn't touch them. Now, this guy has access to weapons. This guy has access to thousands of people. And he has started threatening these Fulani people again. He's trying to instigate them to attack so that he can have a reason to go back. Kene, your people we've heard your people's drums. No offense, we've heard your people's drums and they've been beaten expeditiously. You can't say that about my people, right? We have seen yours beaten numerous times. So I don't want to go too much into that, but if you push me, I will. Then I don't care about what Dangote is doing. If you look at what Dangote is doing, instead of, before I used to go with the former tirade of who is doing monopoly, is doing whatever he's doing. This guy is industrializing the Southwest. If you are paying attention to what he's doing, he's doing projects in Lagos, he's doing projects in Ogun State, he's doing projects in Osun State, he's doing projects in Ondo State, bringing industries, employment, basically what Western powers fear. And he's using the government as a form of support and defense for all these projects that he's doing. You might complain about him, and I may complain about him previously before, but if he's going to have this monopoly and benefits the people and go against Western powers, so be it. After all, at the end of the day, is that not how America was built, right? When you look at the people that built America, the people that built their railway and everything, they were monopolists. They were capitalists. They took all the money and they invested it back in their country. And that's why you run away to their country. So maybe you should be begging Dangote to come to your region, to come and industrialize the place also. Because at least we know that he has the backing of the government. And your people
is he only industrializing the Southwest?
Well, I don't know about other areas. I know about what he's doing in Osun State, Ondo State, Lagos State, and Ogun State. That seems like on industrializing the Southwest to me. I don't know what else you want to call it. If there's
The
another
cement
region,
factories and all the rest are not necessarily there.
yes, it's not. That's not the only investment it's making. It's making different investment according to each state. It's not the same investment everywhere. I will encourage you to look into, those investments, and then you understand what he's trying to do. I don't see him doing that in any other region. Other regions are just complaining instead of inviting him to bring jobs and opportunity. Aligning themselves with him for their own people instead of shouting divide the country all the time.
All right. Thank you, Sully. Okay, so let's go to V.
Please. 1 minute. Sorry, my brother. One thing, when we come here and discuss about Dangote, developing Southwest or Osun State or Ogun State, I ask myself, what is development? Because the last time I saw people in Ogun State where Dangote is operating his cement industry, suing Dangote, because Dangote cement industry is causing a lot of havoc in that area where he does that cement, factory. The same thing he did in Boko, where people were poisoned by his cement factories. What is the development for you? Is it because somebody is monopolizing your people, grabbing the land? You saw what happened, what he did on what you call it now on that refinery. They said you saw that even he came out and said that even he paid $100 million for the lands, and the government evacuated the people. The indigenous people lost their ancestral homes because of this man, and they never even knew that Dangote paid $100 million to the government. It was when Dangote was having problems with the government, he came out and told them, at least I paid you $100 million. Even now, the indigenous people are in court with Dangote and the government. So let us be honest with ourselves. We live in Western world where things are done orderly. So if Dangote is, developing Osun State, which is one of the poorest states in Nigeria today, so good luck. But we don't want Dangote to come to Igbo land, because we have. If you go to Ebonyi State, you have those limes, those stones, whereby he can do. But we don't want that kind of person to come to Igbo land and destroy our ecosystem because he want to industrialize our land. We don't want that kind of nonsense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazopara.
Can I respond?
No, Sanusi.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
First of all, Dangote is not a Fulani person, because I've been seeing the illiterates in the comments saying Yoruba and Fulani.
I'm not saying that I didn't call his name. I didn't call his tribe. Okay.
That was not for you. That was for the illiterates shouting that is Fulani. Okay. Then, secondly, I used the word industrialize. I didn't say invest. I said industrialize. And the reason why I support it is because it goes against what Western powers want. Western powers do not want any form of industrialization in Nigeria, because that can spark up something. Yes, if you don't want Dangote, you will see that the Southwest is being industrialized, and your people will want that also. Whoever they choose to do that in your region is fine and dandy with you. This is who is doing it in our region. You don't have to accept Dangote, but it's going to trigger something in our economy. It's going to trigger something in our people. Like I said, if you want to see an example of this being done before, you look at the American history. Yes, the American oligarchs before were poisoning the water, poisoning everything, but they brought that industrialization. Same thing happened in China. Everything is not going to be perfect, but once you trigger that wheel, once you start the wheel, it begins its journey. That is my point.
Doctor, 1 minute.
No. Okay, thank you.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. I will close. If you watch what Shehu, what they call Fela said about Dangote, do you know that those people who are working with Dangote today in the companies in Lagos, go and watch that video that he made. Shehu, Fela, go and watch what that young man said about Dangote, what Dangote is doing there. So when we come here and praise him in industrializing Yoruba land, good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ovie, go ahead.
Okay.
If I want to go by the logic of Mazi Okbara, I will say the current insecurity in Ososo, Boa Cement is responsible because Boa Cement is building in the what they call a paper cement factory. Currently in my town, that has been going on for a couple of years now. It's been building factories. The activity is in full-fledged.
That is insinuation.
So I should accuse him of importing insecurity to Ososo.
Cement is one of the heaviest industries in the world, and it will poison anywhere where they are. Indeed.
Sasha, tweet that out. I don't know how you they do it, the way you go keep straight face, when and it's a very unfortunate too when all these British subjects go come here establishing authority over socio-cultural politics of Black Americans.
I'm telling you, my brother,
if you ask them to say something about British politics, they don't have one sentence to utter. So it's fascinating. Indeed, your platform is living up to its name. Have you say? I know you play my. I'm now unofficial spokesperson for Comrade Sanusi Said Bogudu of Bogudu local government of Katsina State. So I know, Dr. Dameji, you played that video, in your satiric nomenclature as usual to ridicule him, to make us laugh with him. But you did the same thing that Arise did for me in terms of Monday Paulo. What we don't understand, I think when I talk, I'm saying people who don't still get the point I'm trying to make by supporting the illiterates, hopefully they'll get something out of this. When I did talk, say there is a war, I don't like to use the word revolution, there is a war currently going on between we, the uncalled, uneducated, illiterate, not knowing how to speak in English Association of Nigeria. Gone are those days where the so-called educated, intellectual, but yet idiots come and tell us to vote against our interests. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Those days are gone. Today, if we use grammar, can't speak Finnish, some of us we come dwell among you understand how things they work. We go AI or ChatGPT. We go say, explain what this politician talk, this man talk with English, so. Yeah, he go tell us. We go tell them for village. That is the time we are today. So, Comrade Sanusi Saido of Bagudu local government represent what Hausa people call Mune Duau Dole Aizomademu. That means we are the Butos. You must sit with us. We represent the majority of Nigeria. We know Sabi speak grammar. If you go to the north, 99% of them, they speak like that guy. Come Edo State, 70% of us, they speak like Opawolo. Gone are the days we vote against our interests. Go read all una book. Speak all una grammar. Until una come sit down, confess, apologize for messing up the country for the past 60 years. It's over for you guys. That guy, we go promote him. God bless us, we go present him, president of special candidate of APC 2031. Said will go be the president, Okowelo will be the vice president. Let's go to war. We will see who plenty pass. This is tyranny of minority. Tyranny of we minority, because we know how to speak like, understand the slave master's language. They condition us to embed our life in understanding their system. Few of us will not pass 20, 30 million. We carry and come impose on 230 million people. Deliberately annihilated them. If you grow from one local government, spend 50 years, if you no go get certificate, you no go fit govern in society, that's madness. If you no fit speak English, you no go fit become governor. Now get the state passer. So we are not just emboldened. to come out and speak the way we want to speak. The majority in the villages will understand us. Una will diverse. So when I say 2027 is over, it's not because Tinubu performed wonder or do anything. It is because, again, the opposition have failed to do anything. Instead of them to come and organize, go to the people, no. They're busy, jump from one platform to another, they speak grammar. And they say, including in us, that will come to platform, they insult Nigerians every 4 years. And every 4 years, when they come, if they don't vote for our country, they don't us and the people in government. Because now every 4 years, they go meet those people. But again, Organ are the father of all. On that day, they must eat. Right? Who get money pass and who get their attention. Nobody will build a system. You see comrade now. Comrade nobody speak, nobody that one sentence in English. But nobody now. But he can speak his language that the majority will understand. We are just waking up. We will produce president for this country. We no go be understand why English. Because the system we will now the use oppressors is producing us in mass. Even those who go through the system, they speak like us. So I use one word like here for last week. I call it ecotophobia. That's the phobia of you hating who you are. Want to be like them, which you can never be. Never. But that's the way we want to go. But that's how they condition us. We are all miseducated to say that narrow path is the way. You know, the pain is that get one place where they see they win, which is the Nigerian youth, those that live in the cities. They see the reason like zombie. Because how did we go from the system must change? NSAS police must go to what? Production to consumption. From production to consumption, now they want to defend democracy. The time will come, we will go analyze today, and those people who are in charge of deceiving us will never be forgiven. So now those people now we don't even understand the word democracy. Oh no, we will go at all. Yeah, recruiting them to go and fight for democracy. Again, we understand again. Kudos to Comrade Sanusi Said Mogudu of Mogudu Local Government Katina. I just follow him for Facebook. I have over almost 35,000 followers. I don't send a message. Now those can people they find. So Dr. Damiji, you have done yourself today. You did your job. Help us, they recruit them, they find them. Anywhere you see them, bring them, come our attention. we take them to the ministry. Again, that's what I'm saying. I say, Munedua would do like we are the bottles. That nyash we take sit down. We the non-English broken foolishness, idiot people for Nigeria. Now we plenty pass, and you guys must sit with us.
All right.
Paulo, yes, go.
Thank you, Ovia. And finally, Ife.
Okay, good evening, everybody. It's like I don't really have a lot to say, but I have a lot to say. I mean, if I tell you that I'm not overwhelmed, you just call me a liar. So let me start from where my brother started, or what he said. He mentioned something about education, you know, what we budgeted, education and all the stuff. But I don't even think the problem is the number. The problem is the corruption. It's not how much that was budgeted, but how much was stolen. In a country of 200 and something million, they budgeted 36 million naira for the whole country. So meaning that each state will get 1 million naira for healthcare. I mean, just make it make sense. Again, Nigerians, we did not complain. Everybody just moved on as if it never happened. All the money that was budgeted for the last year for the this thing for the country, nobody can tell you this is exactly what they did with the budget. Some people were saying that they've only spent 5% or 10%. What happened to the rest of the money? We cannot give account of it. until we begin to tell ourselves the truth. We are so much divided in Nigeria. Growing up, I never see us to be in this situation. I remember when the Yorubas would come down to East to buy goods. I remember when the Hausas would come down to the East to buy goods and go back. We were like a nation then. But now, we're no longer a nation. I listened to Dr. Cash on Precious Enyi's podcast. And he said something. He said, in order for us to fix Nigeria, we have to become a nation. And I told him, I said, we can never be a nation, period. It's not going to work. The corruption in Nigeria is so bad that it cannot even be stopped. We call ourselves a nation, so-called a nation. Is Nigeria just like a marriage? Like I always say that. But we are forcing each other on each other's throat for us to stay united. But it's not going to work, whether we like it or not. Whether you put Obi there, whether you put in no matter whoever that you put there, I don't think this country is beyond. It cannot be repaired. It's irreparable at this point. I heard what my KJ, my brother, said, about Tinubu. In fact, I had that conversation with my sister. Today is what? Saturday. I think it was on Thursday night when we were talking. And she said, because she's a lawyer, she said, if Tinubu wins the next election, forget about it. He's not going to get out of the power. He's going to die there. Nobody's going to take away that power away from him. How can you say that in a country that our tax record is with another country and our health record is with another country? And all of us are moving on like as if such thing never happened. And we have National Assembly and they did not say anything. How can we be a nation? Can somebody make it make sense for me? I heard a lot of people saying democracy, it's not going to work. I've said it over and over again. Is this democracy? If this is what you people call democracy, that means it's not working for us. But that is not even the problem, because democracy is supposed to work. Whatever you bring in Nigeria now, it's not going to work. The question is not about democracy. We're talking about the corruption in the system. If democracy wants to work, it will work. If we have free and fair election, the democracy will work. So it's not about whether democracy is working or not, but it's the people in power. It's just like the election. When people say Beavers will work, Beavers will not work. Why will Beavers not work? Is it not because of human decision? It's not even human error. Human decision made it not to work. So let's forget about whether democracy or parliamentary or federalism or all these things. People are saying state police will not work, federal police. That is even the point. That's not the point. The point is that are we ready to make it work? Because if you want to make it work, it will work. If you work in other countries, it will work in our country. But how can you work in a state where nobody can ever tell me what Wike has ever done as a job, what business he has or what company other than being in political office? And he has a Rolls Royce. I heard my brother say that in Germany, they buy small car and all that stuff. Only if these people can have sense. With all this money that you're acquiring, what are you going to do with all that stuff? You're going to sleep in one bedroom. I always say that. Wear one pair of shoes, drive one car, use one toilet, eat with one spoon. All that is 111. So why are you acquiring all this wealth? So you want them to stop the lifestyle they are living. Tinubu said he's going to give us electricity. We didn't see electricity. We are moving on and we are going. Everybody's hoping on 2027. What is going to happen in 2027? I don't understand. Why are so many people hopeful? Keep saying, let's come 2020. What did not happen now will not happen in 2027. If you don't fix the problem now, what made you think you're going to fix it on the election day? I heard when my brother KJ was talking about ADC and NDC. Peter Obi, at the end of the day, don't be surprised that Peter Obi might not contest for this election, period. They can remove his name a day before the election. And guess what? Nothing is going to happen. Because if you listen to, I think Rufai Yoseni asked him that, about that question. He said, what am I going to do? And that's exactly what I see that is going to happen. If they can stop ADC and other political parties not to contest for election, NDC shouldn't rejoice for so long because it's going to happen to them too. The plan of Tinubu is just for him alone to be on the ballot. I listened to Adewale, Prince Adewale's interview. He said they had a meeting with Tinubu. Go listen to that interview. He said it all. He said that Tinubu doesn't care. And he doesn't care. He said even if it's 1, 2, 3 people that voted for him, that he will win the election. What does that tell you? It's not the problem, it's not the democracy. The problem is the people in power, because they had deliberately don't want it to work. And that's why I know a lot of people, gonna come here, she comes, and that's here I come. Olga, I don't know if you're hearing me, because last week you were like, where do you even stand? Do you stand with one Nigeria, or do you start with disintegrating Nigeria? Let me say it clear and for you to hear it now. When Dr. Frank Obunwezo was here, I think not this, I think it was the previous time he was here, not this last time. I asked him, and he said, we can work as a nation. And I'm like, He proved me, he tried to convince me. And I said, okay, maybe we can work as a nation. But the way it is going now, we cannot work. Tell me a country on earth where children were kidnapped up until today. They haven't recovered. They haven't seen them. As we are talking, we don't even know whether these kids are alive or whether they have that. We don't know anything. And all of us are moving as if it never happened. The president did not make a speech. The only person we hear here and there is the governor. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that this is a country that you want me to be part of it? I don't want to be part of Nigeria. And let me make it clear. When you said yes, in as much as I want Nigeria to work, for us to come together, but I don't see this happening. It's a question of time. Nigeria is going to disintegrate. You know what is still holding Nigeria together? The debt. The debt we are owing. That is why we're still together. Because if we disintegrate, who's going to pay the debt? That's why the problem is. That's why they're trying to do everything. All the people that they borrowed money from, that's why they're trying to do everything to get get Nigeria together. Tinubu the other day wanted to borrow 5 billion. What are you doing with 5 billion? We haven't seen anything, not even one thing that we can say that this administrator they have given us. And Nigerians went and yelled and screamed. IMF told them, this is a risky. You people are going to borrow money. Look at the conditions. Until Nigeria went to their ABU this thing and rain costs on them, I don't think they borrowed that money. All the money, Tinubu has borrowed more money, more than other past presidents. And you ask, where's the money going to? All these people fighting for election, it's not for my own interest. It's not for your own interest. It's for their own interest. Papu Doka, hold on. I told you I didn't want to have anything to say, but I have a lot to say. We're talking about monopolization, and somebody's telling me, Dangote did this. Let us talk about the cement. Why did Ibeto's license? Why was his license revoked? Just tell me. Why would it be some certain type of people or certain group of people will be the people that will hold the license? I asked forefather, if I ask for a license for sugar, will they give it to me? Or flour? Or other stuff? They will not give it to me. How do you expect a country to somebody's rich? If you give me that, if I monopolize Nigeria, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be a billionaire, just like any other person. Tinubu has all the 30-something governors, had city boys and city girls, and all the arms of government. In fact, all the country as a whole under his pocket. Still, he is afraid because he knows he's not going to win this election if we conduct the election free and fair. My people, let us tell ourselves the truth. You see this country called Nigeria, as much as I always tell you people I come here to have fun, it's just form of a therapy. Sometimes when we hang up, I just shake my head. I know that this is not going to work. And let me tell you something, whether Obi wins, which I know that he's not going to win because there is no pathway for Obi to become president. Let us understand that. Obi will not be president. Let's just know that and know peace. The only way that can happen, unless it's going to be a divine intervention of Tinubu, natural cause, or any other thing. It's not going to happen. Nobody's going to take away the power from Tinubu. Tinubu is going to be president. Once he gets into power, whoever is going to be a Senate president, if they're going to bring out a constitution that will make him make this a system, this thing. And Tinubu will continue until he buys in power. There is no hope for Nigeria. whether we like it or not. When people are talking about educating these people, giving them 2020, is it not poverty? Is it not poverty that is making people to collect? All of us that are here in diaspora, has anybody ever collected anything from anybody that is campaigning or running an election? Of course, it's not going to be possible. But because, poverty has taken over our country, you give somebody 5,000 naira and they will sell their vote. My people, we can sit down here and talk from morning till night. Let me let you guys know that Nigeria is not going to work. We can never stay in this marriage for so long. Okay? They will try and hold us as long as they can until we get our senses together and sit down and talk about whether we're going to stay united. If you're hoping on democracy, it's not going to happen. The only way Nigeria is going to move forward, we all need to sit together. I heard my brother say 500 and something ethnic group. Every ethnic group needs to be represented. That might happen until we all need to sit down and go back to drawing board. This country called Nigeria will cease to exist. If it doesn't cease today, it will cease tomorrow. That is it. So all these things we're yelling online and screaming and talking about democracy. Democracy is not going to work for us. If you work for the Americans and other European countries, it's not going to work for us because the corruption is too much. How can they maintain their lifestyle? We want to buy more Rolls Royce. How is he going to buy them? Is it not through this corruption? So you want him to get free and fair elections so that the next government will jail him or try him and put him in prison. Of course, he doesn't want that. He wants to live the life. He wants his children and generations to come. Likewise, Ababil. Likewise, Tinubu's family. How can you say that a country will monopolize a country of 200 and something million? Like, we don't even know how many people we have in Nigeria. My people, shine your eyes. This is not going to work. I believe in everybody going their separate ways. If I want to come to the south to buy something, I will come. I need a visa. I want that. If I want to go to the north to buy, I want that. But I don't want a situation where somebody come here every day and tell me, without the north, they cannot win an election. We have to remember the north. Who remembers the south? Who remembers the west? Who remembers the east? Why is it everything is about north, 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 north? Is that how we're going to be one Nigeria? And that's why I keep saying this one Nigeria is not going to work. When you keep on talking about one particular section of the country all the time, that without them, Nigeria will cease to exist, give them their own country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Thank you so much, everybody who watched us. I appreciate all of you. I want to thank those that supported us. Igbo Basics, thank you. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. Alexander Gomez, thank you. And Akudike, thank you so much for your support. Akulata, I didn't see this. Okay, thank you so much. Tomorrow, 90 Minutes Africa, we had a guest that we booked, but something came up, he dropped. So we don't have a guest tomorrow. I'm not sure what will happen at this point because also we didn't know, I didn't know that tomorrow is Father's Day. But we'll try to have a show, but there's nothing set for now because the guest dropped at the last minute. Just yesterday, he called me last night that he won't be able to make it. But
so, sorry, if you want me, I can suggest. So we can talk about fathers and the role they play in the society. And people have come up to say the fathers don't have any inheritance. Now everything goes to the women. Maybe that can be a good topic to talk about. Why do children always cling to their mother instead of their father?
But the Trump's children, they all went back to their father.
Because of the money now. Oh, you go now. You will go where no money no day.
After the divorce. In most cases, okay, yeah, maybe because of the money. But anyway, that's a good topic to touch on. So we can set it up and have it.
So, Mr. KJ, what are you saying? They cannot love their father.
No, my brother, you go where the river is sweet now. You know where the water they flow well.
All right, so KJ, if you host, we'll talk about that off air.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that and see what we can do. But thank you, everybody who joined us, those who watched at home, those who were behind the scenes, sending me videos, making it look like I know what's going on. I appreciate all of you. Executive producer, sure. Thank you so much. You know, sometimes people will be talking about something. Somebody will just send me something and say, look. They call me. Sometimes I'm not even paying attention. They'll call me and say, come and see. I sent you the video. And I will just put it on, and people will think that, oh, this guy is good. He's doing well.
Dr. Dameji, you owe us Kenneth Okonkwo before you take the final round.
Yeah. I think I should call him. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Ife. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Jagun. I see you. Thank you, Sully. Thank you, everybody who joined this platform today. We always appreciate all of you. And I will see you tomorrow somehow. We'll be on tomorrow. Thank you.
Your supporters and voting. Mr. President, your people don't support this move. They never respect this depiction. Our else you lose Zamfara in. Generally, Mr. President, Zamfara is your both under on condition if you reject, if you are reject, don't test the pection. If you are if you are disregard our call, another party will take Zamfara. You are take Zamfara seriously.
Not to take the feta likely, if not other.
Who must to tell you? If Dauda enter APC, wallahi, my matata, wallahi cannot never vote you. Naran in Allah cannot vote you. I want to join ADC. Ba za mu lamunce ba za mu yadda ba. Nan zan tsaya wannan ina so don Annabi Muhammadu ku yi man sharing ya kai ga Bola Ahmad Tinubu. Sannan gobe muna da live na kiranye akan wa'anda in da ta daura lawan dare ya shigo jam'iyyar APC again zamu kira su domin su bar jam'iyya su koma wata jam'iyya su domin mu zabe su a matsayin 'yan takarkaru. Wassalam ku huta lahiya.
Dr. Dameji,
he should have no.
The
guy should have spoken in
Hausa.
Get someone to translate.
He said something in Hausa. I said this message should be passed to the president, and you are just done. You are just taking a one step closer to the government. So once you reach your show now, obviously you go make it as Sahara report or either newspaper. So the man.
No, we should actually get him on the show to interview him. Anyway, thank you, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you.